Hey guys, welcome GGPoker fans, Super Millions fans, just poker fans in general. Welcome to the stream. It's me, Randy Liu, aka Nanonoko. We're not joined by Roddy today. He's going to be off in Sweden doing some StarCraft 2 commentary, but we got Todd, just as good. He's a commentator for like Warcraft and StarCraft 3, I believe. You doing good today? How's it going, Yoan, Merlo?
I'm doing great, thank you. Excited for the poker action. Last time it was really fun, and we had someone who sat it into the tournament winning it. So really enjoyed seeing that. But yeah, today I looked at the list of players, and we got some big names, some people I'm really looking forward to seeing in action. So it's gonna be great.
Yeah. Why don't we just go ahead and go straight to the final table betting odds? It is a special feature in GG where we can actually go into the client as long as you're in a country eligible to do the betting, and we can bet on who we think is going to win. We'll take a look odds here, as you can see. And yes, we do got some big names here, but it's quite a different lineup to last week, and a different lineup when you did the casting with me last time. But I guess let's just start off with our pick. I'm going to start off with my pick. I picked Jepsen. He's up on top. Now, because when I looked at this lineup, I saw that there was actually about 4 or 5 guys who are just not real name ID'd. That usually tells me they're a little bit more of a satellite player. Maybe they're not as big, well-known player or something like that. So, quote unquote, a little bit softer final table. So I was thinking, okay, that means I should go for one of the guys that's a real ID player. So I'm like, hey, well, there's Jepsen, there's Muehloecker up top, and there's Daniel Dvoress. But Daniel Dvoress is in the middle. It's like, well, he's got less chips. I do think he's a really good player. But I was like, this guy Jepsen, look at his chip stack. He's got 4.2 million. That's like 120 big blinds. Muehloecker in second has like 70 big blinds, and then it drops off to like 45 big blinds. I was like, all right, this seems like a chip leader kind of bet. We haven't seen Jepsen do any crushing before, but like with this kind of chip stack, it doesn't matter how good you are, as long as you're a real name ID pro, like you're gonna get some damage done.
Yeah, that's a pretty insane chip lead, and maybe the odds weren't juicy enough for some people betting. Like they want to have like more than 4, more than 5, maybe more than 10, because only 41 bettors on Jepsen on this year, as we're seeing it being refreshed in real time. Daniel Dvoress, my pick. Look at this. 192 people have faith, much like me, and of course he's a crusher. He's a very well-known player as well. So I can't really fault them for that. I think Roddy's pick was Thomas Muehloecker. So if he wins, then you can be ready for Roddy to come back next time and brag about this one again.
Yeah, so these are, I do think the 2 biggest names here at the final table is Daniel Dvoress, your pick to win it, and Thomas Muehloecker, who Roddy picked for our little side bet. But we'll talk about Daniel Dvoress first. Now, Daniel Dvoress has won our Super Millions before. He's reached our final table already here in Season 2, has done phenomenally well. He comes in the middle pack here. He just has crushed on GG. He's crushed in live tournaments in the biggest buy-ins. So when I say biggest buy-ins, back in the day, it used to be like 10K buy-ins, but this guy now plays 100K buy-ins, he plays 50K buy-ins, he plays 250K buy-ins. Daniel Dvoress, all-around crusher. Poker Shares, who determines the odds, knows he's the crusher. So when you look at the odds you're given, yes, it is 10.7 to 1, which is, quite good. But when you compare it relative to guys around him, it's not as good because of how good of a player he is, right? Because we got a little peep here. He's got the same chip stack, but, you're getting 14.8 to 1. Clearly, they're not the same player. Like, Daniel Dvoress is probably much better, but, you got to take this into account because it is poker, and anyone can kind of win in general. And, even looking at Happy Whale, right? You're getting better odds, and he's got 300,000 more chips. You're getting better odds on that Chit RL or JR 12.4. So that's kind of why I didn't pick Daniel Dvoress myself. Otherwise, I probably would have picked him. Probably has to do a little bit with the lineup as well.
It makes sense. We got some tricky nicknames, by the way. Like last time we had High Troller that we were theorizing about. I'm French, so like my pronunciation is going to be very different. But if I see Daniel, his last name, I would say Dvoress, just by guessing. But it seems like Dvoress is the way we would say it. And I would have said Little Pepe. You say Little Pete, right?
I don't know the answer. I'm just as clueless to you. Like, I have no idea how to say the third guy's name. Like, I've literally no idea. But yeah, that's going to be tough for us. Muehloecker, though, I think I was very tempted by Muehloecker. I think he's a phenomenal player. Me and Roddy have been talking about Thomas Muehloecker a lot for the past whole season. But he never actually delivered very well. Like, he goes for the win. Like, sometimes he'll come to our final table and last, and he'll bust first a lot. But he's a phenomenal player, was pretty impressive many times. Just has not delivered, has not gotten a top 2 finish. He might have got a third. I don't think he did. But this time, against this lineup, I do really like his situation. 2.6 million chips, 70 big blinds, 4.6 odds to win. The reason why I think this lineup technically is softer too, we've got like 4 or 5 new names, Unreal ID'd, is because of the World Series of Poker that's going on right now. A lot of guys are at the World Series of Poker. They're not entering this tournament, yet we're still hitting the guarantee and going beyond and past it. But you know, that's why I kind of like the real name ID players. You know, people like Adamo is not entering the tournament this week. People like Nicholas Estet not entering the tournament, and many others. So the real name ID is kind of where my heart at is. But if you want extra value, then you kind of bet on those guys that aren't real name ID.
Yeah, with odds on 30, Lil at the bottom. The 60 people that bet on him, I think they'd have a big celebration today if he was to somehow clutch this one. But yeah, it's going to be a long shot considering the chip stack. Yeah, great lineup of people. Again, like we're seeing so many different flags. I think that's pretty cool, even though Austria showing up strong again here. And Daniel Dvoress, 200 people rich, having faith in him like me. So
wait, wasn't it less earlier?
Yeah, it was like 190-ish, I think.
So,
yeah, 202. It's going
yeah,
up.
I just saw that for refresh right now. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, okay, some guys who don't normally watch the Super Millions, like, okay, we're fans of Todd. We're gonna come watch it out. Saw Todd pick Daniel Dvoress, and they're like, all right, let me throw $1 on there. Let me throw $10 on there. But yes, fan favorite is Daniel Dvoress. I would say of all these guys out here, much more known than every single other player here. That's why you see the betting so high. Thomas Muehloecker's got a lot of fans because I think he plays under that NLG Gaming, who has got like an esports team or something like this. So he does the poker sector. Probably why he's got 100 bettors as well. But you know, like you said, Jepsen doesn't have that many bettors, but the people who bet on Jepsen put a lot more money per bet, right? Because it's $14,000 in total bets, just 44 people. Looks like Daniel Dvoress, you know, yes, he's got 200 people, but the total bet's only 3,500. I'm gonna guess there's a lot of fans in there. But people at the top are like, you know, look at this chip leader. Nanonoko pick him. Let's just put a lot of money down and make it rain.
It makes sense. Like, it's such a heavy chip lead, and also it's not like, you know, you mentioned like he's got his real name on there. This guy's super expensive. I was looking him up and stuff. He's won some stuff online before for big money. Like I think there was a WPT event for close to $1 million. So it's obviously also a big crusher. He might not have the most bettors, but by far the biggest amount of money on him here on Christian Jepsen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I looked him up too because I've done the Super Millions for about a year and a quarter, but we might have seen Jepsen once, didn't really deliver because, you know, it's just a final table. It happens. This time, I'm almost certain he has to, right? Because you can't go from 4.2 million crashing within 30 minutes. Literally impossible, in my opinion. But I kind of want to talk about the guys at the bottom real quick. You know, we got Mark Rodoya, we've got Jans Arends. These are two also pretty good names in poker. But, you know, they don't got as many chips. They're sitting around a 20-something big blind stack. But to me, stacks are so close for Jans Arends and Mark Rodoya. Like, it's just like 2 or 3 big blinds, I assume. I kind of like Mark Rodoya more just because of 15.6 to 1. Even though I think Jans Arends is maybe more, potentially a stronger no limit hold'em player. But he's getting 12.7. I like to look at the odds as well as comparing the skill.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Little Pepe, though, with a nickname like this, imagine if this guy was to win. I hope I say the nickname right, you know, like, I don't want to get a message. Yeah. Like, I did hear from High Troller, they say it was like totally fun the way we were saying his nickname. I was worried, you know, imagine you receive a message later on, he's like, no, actually, you said that completely wrong. But yeah, the third player is the one that I think we're going to struggle with the most. I was thinking about it earlier. Like, what should we say? Thierry Jr.? Do we want to say the first part of the nickname?
I mean, like, because like we can't just call him shit, right? Because, you know, that doesn't sound right. What if he's an amazing player? You know, Shitter. I like. I don't know his name, Shitter Junior. It'll be tough, but we'll get through it, Todd. That's why we're here. You know, we're
Well, now you said it, so
we'll see. But it should be fun. It's always fun to see some of these guys that aren't real name ID. A lot of them are very impressive. Some play tight. We are in for a curveball. It's going to be a very different lineup than last week. They're different lineup than when we did last time. But final table betting is now officially closed. So that 208, I think it was like, what did it start when we saw Daniel Dvoress? It's 210 people betting, but how many was it when we first talked 10 minutes ago?
it was 190-ish.
Okay, so 20 people just came along and just like, all right, Todd knows his stuff. Plays poker himself. So, yep, we're good. Other than that, so Todd, you are a StarCraft and Warcraft commentator, or just StarCraft? Or talk to me a little bit more real fast before I forget.
I was a pro player in Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2, and then I commentated a lot of StarCraft 2 before, but these days I'm doing more Warcraft 3 again, so it's like a lot of streaming and also commentary, yeah.
Okay, so Warcraft 3 is still playing, like people are still playing this game. I have no idea, because I feel like this game is pretty old now.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, it's not like the biggest player base, you know, it's not one of the biggest esports, it's like very niche, but yeah, there's still some people following and playing. And you mentioned No Limit Gaming earlier. I'm part of No Limit Gaming as a Warcraft 3 streamer and player.
Ah, so you know Thomas Muehloecker. You did some disrespect by not picking him though, Todd. If you like...
I don't know him personally, and I know like some of the members and like management and stuff, and they're really great people actually, but I don't think I've ever met Thomas Muehloecker yet.
Well, a lot of those poker guys kind of just stick to themselves. You know, obviously they're very good. He's probably out playing like big tournaments everywhere, of course online. But okay, cool. So you had a little bit of history of No Limit Gaming. Good to see. Legit team. You know, when I first saw it, I was pretty excited. I was kind of like following a little bit, like, okay, a lot of these got these sickos on there playing. But that's cool. Yeah. So Roddy's over in Sweden doing DreamHack. That's just my guess. That's the only tournament I know in Sweden. DreamHack. Okay. Yeah, no Roddy, but we got Todd. But we want to talk about some final table profiles. Let's take a look. Chip leader, Christian Jepsen. Talk to me about this profile, Todd.
It looks very impressive. As per usual, like when you have a chip leader, usually it's one of the guys that is very well known, like 2 millions in winnings. Obviously, this guy's been putting in work, but it doesn't seem like he's necessarily one of the guys that's played the most in the Super Millions, in the high roll Super Millions. Season 1 rank 44, you know, like it's okay, but like not the most impressive. But yeah, on the right side, his GGPoker results, a lot of first places. And actually, I was trying to look up this guy on Random Mob, and I couldn't find his page. So I was like, maybe I'm doing a typo or something. But is it purely an online player, do you think? Or maybe I missed something there?
Yeah, I did a little bit Googling myself because I wasn't sure who Christian Jepsen was. If my Google search is correct, he plays as Eisenhower on other sites, which I do recognize. I imagine some people in the chat might recognize that as well. But if it is him, he is a very damn good player. And like you said, it did say he won like a WPT or something like that for like $1 million. So no stranger to bid scores. And actually, it looks like he actually got a 3rd and a 4th in the Super Millions. I did not remember that. But that's pretty impressive. I don't think he played every single Super Millions. As you can see, he's only played 5 in Season 2. So probably why his Season 1 rank is a bit lower than other guys. I imagine it's not. He didn't play every single one like some of the other top guys like Nicholas Estet. But comes in as the chip lead, 120 big blinds. I think he's going to win it. He's going to deliver. We got a little hand history preview for you in this pre-show. Let's take a look at that, see if we can learn a little bit more about Christian Jepsen. Here we go, 8-7 hearts. Did you look through this hand yet? Because this is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, this hand's great. He must have had maybe some history with Chitiri, because like he opens and Chitiri just flatted on the button, and then Christian Jepsen fired like slightly less than half call, and then Christian Jepsen he check called twice from the turn, and on the river he has 3rd pair, and there's 3 clubs on the board. Like this is some wizardry here that happened in this hand. Like, do you have any idea exactly what might have transpired.
Yeah, I looked at this hand and I'm like, this guy's much better than me because there's no way in hell I'm making down a call down like this on this board. It's super sick. He opens the 8-7, you know, flopping a pair. Cool. You bet. You get called. Usually when you get called on flop, you're always a little bit worried too. Then the flush draw gets there. He checks, but his opponent only bets a quarter pot, so he's like, all right, I got to call this bet because it's so small. Then the river comes to ace, and his opponent actually bets very, very small. He bets the same sizing he bet on the turn. But it's hard to think the 8-7 is actually good here, because when you look at it, you're like, okay, what hands do I beat? Well, I lose to like a 9, of course. I lose to an ace I got there. Lose to a flush. There's not many obvious floats out there, you know. Like he might not even think a hand like King Queen would call this flop. I think the price was just too good. I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the right call in the end, but against this guy, it was the right call, and he is at our final table. So I like to see this bit of history. It's going to be a lot of fun because that guy, Shitter Jr. or whatever it is, he comes in 3rd place. But yeah, we learned a lot about Christian Jepsen. Might be hard to get him to fold, and we know that this guy, his opponent, is a little bit crazy. So let's take a look at who's in 2nd place. It should be Thomas Muehloecker. Lots 8. The last guy won 2 million on GG. Look at how much this guy's won.
Yeah, that's a lot of money here. Over 5 millions. 12.60% in the money. I'm pretty sure I have like 13%. Why am I not in this tournament, Nanonoko? What's going on with this?
Yeah, try it. They will be licking their chops, I'll tell you that.
The prizes on the right-hand side, I think here really tells the story. Just this guy plays super high limits all the time and delivers a lot of first places, some 4th, some 3rd place, and multiple scores over 500k, and just an all-around crusher. I think he's 2nd in all-time earnings from Austria as well, which has so many crushers. Goes to show how experienced he must be going into this tournament. And honestly, I'm not surprised that Roddy picked him as his winner here, because this guy, I think he's going to have a real shot here at doing some serious damage on the final table.
Roddy always picks Thomas Muehloecker. He puts final table bets on him. He fails every single time. Now, I'm not trying to shit on Thomas Muehloecker. I think he's an amazing player. I picked him to win it too. He's also failed me. But, you know, he's doing better. Because in the beginning, he would get like 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, right? But he did get a 3rd place in August 15 in a bracelet event. And it's for 589,000. So that means first was like about $1 million. He's delivered in these really high buy-in super millions. He's gotten far. He's not scared. He'll put the pressure on. But he's got lots of gears. He can play tight. He can play aggressive. He really plays his opponents. That's what you want to see in a pro player. I think he's got a good shot at delivering here today. He does rank 55 in Season 1. But I know in the beginning of Season 1 he wasn't doing so well. But something in the second half and on to today, he's been doing amazing. And yeah, he's great. He's already actually got $1 million in total winnings in Season 2. Pretty good. Let's take a look at a hand history. See if we can learn a little bit more. Pocket 9s. Talk about this hand.
Yeah, so he's on the button, and he just flatted a raise from the under the gun raiser here at Dance. And I mean, multi-way, I guess he's just hoping he's going to flop a set. He doesn't, but he has pocket 9s on 7-7-4, so I guess you're decently happy with that. And everybody checks to him, and he bets a quarter pot. But then little Pepe check raises, like not really big, like 3x. I think with 9s, it kind of has to be a call. He calls, but then on the turn is where it gets a little funny, because little Pepe just checks again on the ace, and Thomas Muehloecker actually bets on that. Honestly, I looked at a hand and I was digging in my head for a while. I was like, why does little Pepe do this with? But he then falls on the. It's like so weird. Maybe he just like had some read that Thomas Muehloecker was trying to steal in position, because he thinks like not many people are gonna have a 7 here. And
yeah,
like what draw would you then fold on the turn to this bet? Because it's kind of a small bet, but still for a decent chunk of your stack, right?
Yeah, it is quite a tricky hand here. It is going 3-way to the flop. Muehloecker, he bets the flop. When he gets check raised, it is quite odd, because the pre-flop raiser, Yoan Arends, and then little Pepe, they didn't bet the flop. They look kind of weak. Then all of a sudden, little Pepe is check raising. It's like, is he really trying to represent a 7? Not too many people have a 7 here, you know, like 8-7 suited, 6-7 suited. Some guys don't even play this hand because, you know, you're not as deep in the tournament. They're just a little bit scared. He's really representing very little, so that's probably why Thomas Muehloecker still continues on the flop. And it just kind of looked like little Pepe was just going for a little move. Saw the ace. I was like, well, if I called on the flop, I don't want to dust off any more chips. So, you know, he checks, and you know, Muehloecker goes for a tiny bet because this hand is quite vulnerable. Because maybe his opponent's making a move with like king queen, queen jack or something. If he's probably just going to keep check folding, don't let him get a free card first. So that's why you don't need to bet too much. Really well played from Muehloecker, just quite aware of what his opponent probably has. But you know, in these two hand histories, not even about these two other opponents, they unknown names, they're kind of crazy almost, looks like, right? They're like check raising, they're doing some bets here and there. Gonna be spicy final table for sure. Who's in third place? Production. Who do we got here? You try to say his name first and then talk about his profile.
Teenager. Just cut out the first part and then we're good. I don't know how to say this. I think Teenager maybe would be the way. And he's an Omaha player, apparently. So I don't know what that tells us about this. Maybe he felt like playing some no limit hold'em here, some 2-card PLO, and doing really well, qualifying in third place. We saw that in some other hands, he's capable of playing really wild, which I feel like it's kind of a good news, right? Like if one of these players made it all the way there, and then you know, like it's just like this really tight player. Like yes, he could shift gears in the final table, but also for like all the pros and big names on the table, it would be very easy for them to play accordingly. And yeah, not too many big scores here on the right-hand side. Like we just went from seeing a profile with 500k, 500k, 500k. Now it's like we're going a little lower, 100,000, 52. So still some very decent scores and GGPoker winnings at over 500,000. But seems like maybe a newer player here to GGPoker playing those high roller tournaments.
My read is this guy is a high roller, likes to play cash games, doesn't play many tournaments. You know, he doesn't play many Super Millions, it seems. He only has one cash in the Super Millions history from Season 1 and Season 2, so probably doesn't play that many of them. People or Omaha players. There is Omaha tournament poker pros. It's not really a thing. If you're an Omaha player, you're a cash game player because there's just not that many tournaments to play. But, you know, he'll jump into the Omaha tournament. As you can see on the top right, on the right side, you know, he's played a 10K Super Omaha series, which reminds me, I believe there actually is a Omaha series starting November 14th up to the 28th. So this guy is going to be all over that series because it's just going to be a bunch of Omaha tournaments, you know, 1Ks, 5Ks, 10Ks, everything out there. He's going to love that. So right now he's padding his bankroll to enter those tournaments here. He's going to win some money. He's coming in third place, and we already know he's active because he was betting that king queen earlier, got called by third pair. Should be interesting. Omaha players, they tend to play more hands because, well, you get 4 cards. Here you only get 2. You're going to see a lot more things. Let's take a look at a hand history, see if we can learn more about this guy. Ace, queen. What do you see here?
I was surprised that he opened 3 big blinds, actually. Given all things, I think we don't see that very often in these tournaments. And actually, like, by the way, the 2 previous ones that we looked from the first 2 players, they were very deep in the tournaments. 35k big blind, but here again, it's, you know, 14,000, so it's it's not too close to the final table, but it still kind of deep in the tournament. And yeah, he opens 3x, just a dream flop, and he does like a very small bet, which Isaac Haxton just calls on the turn. He bets really small for it. You know, the turn is usually when you start loading up a little more, but now there's 3 clubs on the board, and Isaac Haxton check raises. Obviously, you're never gonna fold trips there, but I think a lot of players would just call. Maybe he was just worried about another club on the river, and he actually just shoved.
Yeah. So he does open 3x. I'm going to assume the reason he goes for the 3x open is because Omaha players are used to opening bigger. Equities run a lot closer between 2 hands, so you kind of want to press out your opponent's pre-flop. You can build pots. You're kind of contained by the pot limit. You know, you can't just go all in. So I think he was kind of used to opening a little bit bigger. Is a high roller here. That's a flop, like you said, gets called at the dream. on the turn he bets so tiny, induces a check raise from Isaac Haxton, because Isaac Haxton is not check raising this flop and folding a queen. He's definitely got to move on the turn. And I think you're right. It's because there's 3 clubs out there. He was kind of worried. Well, if you check raise me on this turn, you either got a club or you got a worse queen. So let's either protect my hand or get the value now. If this guy had a club in his hand with one of the ace, like the ace of club, then he should be just calling the turn, because even if a club rolls off, you know, he's got the backup to still hit his hand. And you know, you block some of the flushes your opponent has. Because you don't have the club, I don't mind that he's just jamming a turn, because he's only playing 200k behind, which is about like 14-15 big blinds, which isn't that much compared to what's already in the pot. But yep, that's the guy we're gonna have trouble saying his screen name throughout the final table. Probably gonna reach it to the end, so we're gonna keep trying for the next few hours. But that's the guy. Cheater Jr., I don't know, JR. But who's in 4th place coming into our Super Millions? Let's take a look. Happy Whale. I love the name. You know, usually when we say people who are high rollers, sometimes people call them whales. You know, some people just fish out there, but this is a whale. He satellited in. What else do you see here?
He's got quite a bit of poker winnings. You know, I don't know if I would take the nickname literally here. He even had, I saw that he had like the profile photo, like an actual, like, you know, tiny little whale cartoon. But he satted into this event though. Despite having 1.4 million winnings, found the max value of $525 sat here into this 10k, and goes into this with not the biggest chip stack. He has about 37 big blinds, but that's at least 4th position, and he's had some decent scores before, as we see, like in some 500. Like it seems like his average buy-in is, you know, 300 to 500 usually, even though there is a 5k main event as well in the list of career highlights. But now he's definitely playing above his usual average buy-in, so perhaps a big shot here to boost that bankroll quite a bit.
This is a huge shot for him. You're right. He does normally play $200 to $500 buy-ins. You can see on the right. Yes, there's a 5k buy-in in there, but that was the WSOP main event. People just shot take that. But knowing this guy, he probably satellited into that, because GG runs so many satellites to their events. So people with smaller bankrolls have the opportunity to grab that dream, win over $1 million for first. I think that was probably several million for that 5k main, if I recall correctly. But, you know, he's kind of in his comfort zone, because he did satellite in for just $525, right? So it's in his bankroll range. But the difference is, see, the prize pool guarantees in the bounty hunters might be like $1 million or something like that, right? This one, you know, it's over $1 million, but it's a 10k buy-in. It's a different caliber of players he's up against. There's a bigger first prize for first. You know, first prize is probably about $300,000 is my guess. Bounty Hunters, he won it, but he only won 110k. So there's a big difference here. He's gonna be sweating in it for sure. He's probably a pro player. Just, you know, stays within his bankroll. Yes, Happy Whale probably isn't actually a whale, because usually when you're a whale, you don't call yourself the whale. You know, people say it around you silently. But when you're calling yourself this kind of a happy whale, like, usually you know what you're doing. But let's take a look at his hand history. Let's see if we can analyze, learn more. Ace King. This hand was sick, Todd. I think this is the sickest hand I looked at through all of the guys here today at the hand history. We've seen some pretty crazy call downs. This one is even more insane. Walk us through this hand.
So he opened Ace King offsuit, got called by the button by someone called Guillaume, and didn't flop a pair, but he has the backdoor flush draw. So Happy Whale just check calls slightly less than half pots, and on the turn, now he has a gut shot. He still has the 2 over, and he has the nut flush draw as well. He check calls again for a 3rd pot. Blanks on the river, of course, like don't you always do? And this time there is a big overbet from Guillaume, and Happy Whale found the call somehow, which, you know, like, I'm not as experienced as any of these guys or you, but I try to go in my head through, like, you know, how I would feel in this spot, because, like, he blocks even some of the drawing hands, right? Like, he has Ace King, so he blocks King Jack, he blocks the nut flush. which
Yeah.
maybe affected his decision as well. So like maybe you should tell me what you think happened here, because I was very impressed with this call.
I can't make this call either, Todd. These guys, see, my prime was years ago. Now these guys are making the sickest calls ever. Like 350,000, he called on a river with 260k in the pot. Yes, it's like a 1.5x overbet. It's insane. Because when you look at the run out of the board, there's not many hands he beats, right? Like hands usually makes a pair. Like he doesn't even have a pair. So let's just say his opponent is turning his hand to a bluff of like a 7-8 suited or something, right? Because it's unlikely to be good. Like he even loses to that hand. This is how sick this call is. He loses to a random. What if the guy on the button just made a play with like pocket fives of one club? You know, he shows on the winner. That's how sick this call really is. Check call or flop seem. Yeah, go ahead.
He has the ace of clubs, right? So on the river, when there is an overbet like this, it's bluff or nuts, but he blocks the absolute nuts here with the ace high flush, with the ace of clubs. But obviously that's not enough to make this call a lot of the time. Maybe that helps.
No, that's very true. So when you see an overbet on the river, they're extra polarized because and that's maybe why he did end up making a call. If his opponent baby bet like 75% pot, then his range widens on what he would value bet. Like maybe Guillaume would value bet like a queen this way. But when he overbets 1.5x pot, he doesn't expect Guillaume to be overbetting like a 10 here or a queen. Probably expects him to bet smaller or just check back the river. When you overbet, you're representing a flush or nothing on this board. Even a set, two pair, they probably wouldn't overbet because they know their opponent's going to be quite worried about the sizing. So in these situations, you want to block the hands they're representing, and that's when the ace of clubs, like you mentioned, comes into play. If he's representing like a flush or the nut flush, and you're holding the ace of clubs, well, he can't have those hands, right? So now you got to go digging. Well, usually you don't want to be holding cards that blocks your opponent's potential draws, and like you mentioned, King Jack, well, if he's holding a king himself, well, it's a little bit less likely his opponent has King Jack. Still possible, as you can see it is here. But that's kind of something you want to do. You don't want to block the cards your opponent could have. In this situation, the board is actually so connected. It's like, for me, it's very hard to call because I'm like, well, if my opponent is bluffing, he might have a random pair, and he still beats my ace king high. And to think his opponent has King Jack is also optimistic to me a little bit because, you know, the King Jack would have to bet the flop, bet the turn, still bet the river. Like, there's not really many hands he beats. He found it. It's crazy. It's a call I can't make. I'm very impressed. Every single one we've seen of these guys who aren't real name ID have some gangster plays, man. They're calling down like crazy. They're bluffing like crazy. And this guy is apparently supposed to have satellited in for $525. I'm expecting him to be a big nit because normally he plays $200 to $500 tournaments. He's playing 10K buy-in. He's already blown me out the water. We haven't even dealt the cards yet. Very impressive. Love to see Happy Whale playing here today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Who is next on our lineup? Daniel Dvoress, big name, back to big names, known as Oxoda, big crusher. Talk about this profile, 9 million in earnings.
Yeah, that's insane. And he has a slightly higher in the money than the rest, 13.50%. You know, it might not seem like it's the biggest of difference, but it is because he only plays like those super high roller tournaments and very high buy-in. And yet the GGPoker results on the right-hand side as well. Like these are some of the bigger numbers that we're going to see here. Won the super high roller ball for 250K, buy-in for 4 million, so over 4 million. So just absolute crusher. Doesn't have the biggest stack going into this, but in terms of experience, I don't think it gets any higher than him. Which, like, how much would you say experience is going to help here when you go into a final table like this with not just crushers, but also newer names?
It's going to help a lot. You know, he's ranked number 17, and yes, he's not at the top, but he's still got like 30-something big blinds, a lot to work with. He's going to put some damage. He's won the Millionaire Maker. He's good in small, large fields with weaker players. He's good in stronger fields as well. Let's take a look at his hand history. Maybe we can see some of the crushing he does here. Pocket sevens against Ramashka. Quick walkthrough through this hand for me. This seems pretty simple, though.
Yeah, this is very straightforward compared to what we just saw previously. Yeah, Romashka opened, defense in the big blind from Daniel Dvoress, flops a set, and then just check raises it. Even though there was no flush draw on the flop, and I mean, for these stack sizes, it's always going to go in. That was very early in the tournament. You see the big blind on 2,800, so I guess that was a nice little start in the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, rebuy period is open. Romashka known to just go nuts, keep rebuying, keep blasting away on people. So Daniel Dvoress got a quick boost to his stack. Simple hand, not too much analysis really needed on this one. Who is next on our lineup? Little Pepe. APL champ. Okay, that's the Asia Poker League, if I recall correctly. GG does collaborate with a lot of different series out there, live tournament scenes, and bring them onto the online felt. What else do you see here? It doesn't see too much, do you? But a lot of first places they can place on, all right?
Yeah, apparently that guy makes the final table, is winning it. It's all first places for some pretty big scores. And that puts his winnings at 1.8 million. So for somebody that might not be as known, I guess, as some of the other big names on the final table, maybe he's got this handled. Maybe he knows exactly what he needs to do. But yeah, 7th position always means that chip-wise, you're not going to be able to make too many plays, at least not to my limited knowledge of these final tables. It seems more straightforward, right? When you go down to like 26 big blinds, because like it's shallow stack. So you're like looking to reshove a lot. Maybe there is less defense, less opens and stuff. Would you say it's easier or it's harder because of the ICM implications?
It's generally easier. Like all the ICM stuff, like people quite similar. Basically, it's just a little bit tighter. You know, there's more pressure, so you probably like playing a little bit less hands. 26 big blinds is getting start to go to that danger zone a bit. But once you hit the 20 big blinds, you're real handcuffed, play real straightforward, and like 15 big blinds and so on. No Super Million cashes to date. Has played 5 Super Millions in Season 2. Season 1, I don't even know if he played any, but I guess he played a little bit. He was ranked 1092, just no cash ever. But Little Pepe is an APL main event champion. Not just any event, the main event, where he won 217,000, probably for a pretty cheap buy-in too. What do we got in the hand history? King 6 suited. The trap, like the super trap. Look at this hand.
It's also kind of deep in the tournament here. 25,000 big blinds. He just opened it up, flopped the dream after a defense from Thomas Muehloecker, and yeah, the check call
on the
flop. Yeah, and then he tried to trap completely to the end, but unfortunately Thomas Muehloecker maybe sensed it and played it safe and check. When I look at this hand earlier, like I was using the hand replayer and I thought for a second that there had been a bet on the river. I was like, wait a second. So I replayed it. I was like, okay, no, actually he didn't fall for it. Thomas Muehloecker just checked twice after the initial flop stab. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we can read too much into this hand, right, Little Pepe? He opened the King 6 suited. Like it's just within the range of what he should be opening, right, from this position.
Yeah, it means a loose hand, but you know, like he went for the trap, and against his opponent hand, it was the right play because the opponent has absolutely nothing. Took the bait, put a bet out there, tried to get more out of him, didn't work. I do like the way he played it. He's just crushed it too hard on the flop and on the river. I like going for a check raise here because your opponent doesn't have a king. He's not going to call anyways, but he might try to represent it, or if he does have it, you'll get extra value. Well done by Little Pepe. We got 2 more guys to go over, 2 more minutes. Who's next on our little lineup? Yoan Arends. He comes in 7th position, so we'll have to speed through this really quickly. Known as Graphical, 5 million GGPoker earnings. It's a lot here. He's got a 2nd place finish back in December 2020. A lot of 4th place finishes up on the top right over in Amsterdam. But let's take a quick look at the hand history because I don't want to get too slow here. 10-8 suited. Go through it.
Yeah, so he opened up and Alexei defends on the probably butchering another name, hopefully not too badly.
Alexa
defends on the button with the Jack 10, and yeah, this is again obviously really good if you can have trips there. But he check raises the flop, and then he ends up leading turn. It's just like a really bizarre line, which perhaps was designed to confuse his opponents. And on the river, he actually shoved.
Yeah. It's well done. Yeah, he picked up a bluff here. I like he didn't keep betting the river. He was like, all right, well, let my opponent go for a bluff with like the 10 jack. Did jam the 10 jack, called off, won a huge amount of chips, had a million. Well done by him. Who do we got left? Who's next? I think we have two more players actually. Eighth position is Mark Wodoya, two-time bracelet winner, 5.5 million. Limitless thinks this guy's an amazing player. Let's see his hand history real quick. Sorry to speed up a little bit too fast, but the pocket sixes, long story short, you know, it's like he wasn't too interested in the board. Ran out a full house on the river, got it in against the nut flush. Pretty sick, up to 1.5 million chips. Who's the last profile real quick, and then we're going to talk about some hands. Lee. This guy's a super satellite player, man. $108. The other guy made it in for $525. This guy made it in for $108. But no super million cash as well. Don't know much about him. Just 10 big blinds. See what he did in the hand history real fast, and then we'll go on to final table. Queen 9. Simple hand, right? Like a guy, we see a bet, we see an overbet all in. Called. Well, I mean, this guy called 220,000 with just 50K in the pot with just top pair, and it was good.
I mean, these guys, they're not afraid. Like, some of them sat in for like lower amount of money. Like, that's a pretty absurd sat in as well here for 109. Yeah, they're ready to play. Nobody's playing scared money here. Like, there's no nits at the table. You know, like I would knit it up. You know,
I did it up too.
I'd go down to 2 big blinds, you know, and then show up with a garbage hand and be like, I never get anything. But not these guys. They come here to play.
Every single one of them is quite crazy, so that's cool to see. Let's take a look at final table. Cards should be in the air or very close to it. All right, they're doing the seat selection. We're almost to the end. Thomas Muehloecker doesn't. So Jepsen, chip leader, gets last pick, gets to decide where he wants to sit. A lot of guys actually been sitting across from the second place guy. So we'll see where Jepsen wants to go. Maybe he wants to take position on Dvoress in case, you know, he's just going to let it expire, taking his seats. Cards in the air. Every single guy that's not real name ID is crazy based on the pre-show. I'm very excited for Happy Whale that the Ace King sick call. Like, you know, I was excited for the real name ID pros like Jepsen, Dvoress, and Muehloecker, but I feel like we're gonna get something special from these other guys.
Yeah, I guess like it's pretty cool that they have some time to game plan as well, obviously, because there is the break between Sunday and now, and like they can already kind of start, you know, looking each other up. Do you think that's a big part? And like not having much info on certain players, like does that make things a lot? Actually, okay, we got a hand developing.
Yeah, no, don't worry. This one should be a fold. Here's a 10 big blind shove. It's not a lot of big blinds.
Yeah.
But King Jack shouldn't really be good here. Yes, you're flipping occasionally against like 10s, 9s, and 8s. But the odds are good, but most people fold here from what I've seen in our 70 episodes of doing the Super Million. But he is taking his little sweet time calculating the odds. Oh, he calls. Okay, never mind. Coin flip. Run it. Oh, 10 on the flop. Should have folded. See, that's why.
Yeah. And that's first hand. No time wasted. A double up. I mean, it's very straightforward for Lil, right? Pocket tens here. Comes back to you even against an early raise. You got this stack. It's going in. And he doubles up.
Yeah. Easy double. Hey, wasn't it like 30-1 or whatever during the final table betting? Because I said, hey, don't even talk about this guy. This guy has 10 big blinds. Yes, it's 30-1, but he's got no chips. Now he's looking good at 30-1.
I think when the betting started, I see him on 33 when he had just started.
They're like, okay. They didn't want to give too much extra value. Yeah, because I believe the way it works is if more people put money down on someone, then the odds go down a little bit just to try to spread out the money. But okay. Ace, queen. Action hand already. At the flop called.
And maybe the third club, an action killer here. And Mark has slightly more than what's in the pot left. How does he want to play this here on the turn?
Well, he's got the club for backup. So yes, the flush got there, but you know, he blocked some of those hands. I think he should think he's up against a worse pair a lot of times, or a king jack. Pretty much king jack, ace jack type hand. There is incentive to bet because the queen is still vulnerable against those draws. Gonna go for the bet. This opponent just has just not enough, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
And there's not really any move to be made when Mark only has like 200k behind, right?
Yeah.
Even though I
There you
saw,
go.
did you see that fold in the series that Jungle Man made happen with the
Oh
shove?
yes.
That was
You're
crazy.
talking about that final table, and he ended up just. I laughed my ass off when I saw his winners photo, and just like the dude's got like the Dragon Ball Z like makeover. He's got teal hair, and like it was just he's such a character. That should be a little reshove and fold, I think here, but yeah, that was sick. So they're playing the 50K player poker championship, whatever they call it, where they play a bunch of the mixed games. So they play a rotation of like limit hold'em, no limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha, stud, all sorts of games I can't name. But in that final table, they were three-handed. So there was still another guy to act. The funny thing is the third guy ended up getting third despite the chip stack situation. So there was a huge difference in pay jumps.
Yeah.
And Jungle Man opened like a king queen or whatever, and he see bet the ace high board, check the turn. The river, the guy let the chip leader let out on the river, and in limit hold'em, the way it works is the flop bet is say like I would say the equivalent of a small blind in this game, and the turn in river has to be the size of double that or the big blind, I would call it. Well, not really the big blind, but it's just 2x the size, right? So he put a bet out there for a bigger bet out there and got raised for a little bet. So if he made it 200,000, it's like Jungle Man made it 300,000. He had 100,000 more, not even double it.
Yeah. No,
Folded. Yeah.
the
That's
last
insane.
bet was 600k and Jungle Man at 900k. So he
Yeah.
went all in for 300k more into 3.3 million or something.
And the thing is, it's limit hold'em where people value raise a lot thinner too. So where if it was no limit hold'em, like I can get behind the fold a bit more because people don't really make crazy bluffs like that. But in limit hold'em, people are like value betting like fourth pair, ace highs for multiple bets, like and the way Daniel Jungle Man played it, where he checked the turn, it looks like he didn't have an ace anyways. Like it was just an insane fold. And Jungle Man was laughing in the video, showed his cards, and the other guy just made a disaster fold. And Jungle Man, because the difference between first and second was several hundred thousands of dollars, and of course third and second was a little bit more money than that. Like Jungle Man went from probably getting like 300 to 400k to almost $1 million, and the guy who got third should have got a couple 100k pay jump, ended up getting third. Like it was just so ridiculous.
It's crazy, and like I saw that a lot of people were very critical of this hand and the fold. But the thing is, it's live. Like you don't know the amounts instantly. I'm pretty sure if it was on computer, you'd see like if it was on the beautiful software of GG, he'd see like it's just slightly more. He would have insta clicked, and that would have been elimination for Daniel Cates. But yeah, like to be honest, there is exhaustion coming into play. Like these players, they're playing like 12 hours a day for like weeks on at the series and stuff.
I mean, it's one hell of a mistake, Todd. Like that's not
Yeah,
the. I know exhaustion is the thing, but man, I don't know. I would just, how people celebrate like when they get like a big score. Deep, I'd be miserable in my room. I'd be like, yeah, I won like $600,000 or whatever, but I'd be so miserable. I'd be so mad at myself. I wouldn't even show up to the rest of the series. But to continue that thought, before we continue that thought, turn two pair from 3-5 suited. Very, very sneaky. No one ever puts you on hitting a two pair on that turn card.
Yeah, that third hard though definitely slowed down the action. I think he went check on the turn. And now does Mark win a lead?
I would like to, yeah, I like to see him do the value bet though here. King X, yes, Queen Jack got there, but that's kind of like the only thing you're worried about. Very likely your opponent has like a Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, and I think that's why he goes for this half pot bet. If he bets too much bigger, his opponent can likely get away because there's not many obvious draws that miss.
Is there room here for a bluff attempt? I guess you block Queen Jack, but there's still those three hearts on there, and then the opponent just led for half into you.
There is, but it's unlikely to happen. The reason I say that, a lot of guys don't like to try and represent a flush after they check the turn, because a lot of guys continue betting the turn when they hit a flush, because a lot of flushes are still vulnerable. Say you got 7-6 of hearts, you don't want to see another heart roll off, so you would just keep betting. So the fact that he checked back the turn makes it seem unlikely you have a flush. And people don't like trying to do this kind of representing that hand with that kind of line. So while it's possible, I would never expect to see it.
And the action, by the way, I'm always surprised when we watch these. Like, I play micro stakes myself, and I feel like it's just fold, fold, fold. One guy goes on in fold, 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 like so many orbits. But these high roller tables, we get right into the thick of things. Like somebody doubled up on the first hands. Now again, we're getting another big hands, and Yancey's taking his time.
I mean, you don't be a high roller by being a nit, okay?
Yeah.
You're a high roller because you splash around or you're playing the best minds against the best minds. Yeah, it has been a lot of action so far. He's really taking his time because the truth is, he doesn't beat that much. But the thing is, his hand's so strong because it's the strongest top pair. Great fold from Yoan's. Really well done.
Mark will not get value out of his two pairs here, but he wins a very decent pot here, which puts him third in chips. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
A fourth, actually. Very close with Chitiri.
I was going to say, what happened to our super short stack? He's gone. He's doubled up instantly. But we actually have 4 guys with the same stack here. Little Pepe, Jan Arends, Daniel, and Lee.
Did he just get a walk?
Yeah, Cocky Kings, you suck. I love the emoji system because you can people just don't really type out whole sentences. Emoji just says so much.
Yeah,
just clicking so little. Love it.
Like after a while, you just know where they all are exactly as well. It becomes like part of your gameplay almost. You know exactly what to do. Are you one of those guys that when you win a hand, you send out emotes as well? Like I mean, so good or something. I hate when people do that.
There's I love have you seen the Elky emoji, you suck, is like the best. Because he
all
goes
the Elky ones are.
It just keeps going like this, and you get super triggered. Oh, wow. King 3 suited is some pretty aggressive 3-bet here. Just the chip leader, I told you, will go for pressure like this. Trying to knowing the middle guys, they don't want to bust right now because there's 4 guys with 20 big blinds. So someone like Mark Rodoy in his spot wouldn't really want to call 3-bets too much because if he accidentally busts, well, the pay jumps are huge. It's 40K for 9th and 50K then 66. So that's why he's going for this little 3-bet here, and well done.
Yeah, with 8-9, not much you can do here. But I guess Michael Adamo would have 4 bets because he would have had the perfect rate as per usual.
You got such a special final table when we did the casting. That one was so sick. Adamo was just sun running the table, being so aggressive. And then he somehow ends up losing to the guy who said, "Man, I look up to you." The satellite winner high troller. It was just phenomenal. That was one of the best for sure. I think Jepsen, I imagine, wants to jam this spot. Yeah. A lot of guys with 20 big blinds. Can't really do anything. You can just do this all day.
There would have been a defense otherwise from Daniel Dvoress with the King Jack suited. But yeah, great momentum now for Jepsen, who was already a massive chip leader heading into this final table, and now he's just extending that more and more here.
Yeah, I actually really like Jepsen's seat now that I look at it, because Thomas Muehloecker here had pocket deuces. Was thinking about opening it, but he's like, oh man, I got the chip leader who's been active already in this short amount of time. Just let him do his thing. So Jepsen gets to open hands 7-3 offsuit. Pure garbage. All right. He knows this guy in the Lee is a satellite winner too. What? Wow. He just 3-bet Queen 5 offsuit. Okay, never mind. Because I was like, this guy's kind of tight, right? He's satellite winner. Crazy.
That is sick. And it's just, I think, because of the activity from Christian Jepsen. He just 3-bet, then reshoved, and now he opens his button. It's like, all right, I know when somebody's getting out of line. Cheat theory, by the way, sitting out. You gotta get back there. Get back in the action. That's the wrong tournament to be sitting out in high roller here.
Absolutely brutal, to be honest. Actually, we've had people sat out in previous final tables. A lot of guys actually, they type in the chat, hey, let's use our time bank, wait for him. This one, I guess because there's so many unknown players, they're just used to kind of taking a little bit of edge here and there. It's just unfortunate, but usually we see a lot of class here in high roller tournaments. Not today, I guess. Pocket tens.
That was Lil's double up earlier with that hand, Lil Pepe.
Little,
You
yeah. You got
you
like the
always
same name.
wanna go all in here, you think, or
Yeah. So you got 21 big blinds. The hand's very vulnerable. It's pocket tens. And
yeah?
something I like to think about is who's opening the pot. And like, okay, I see it's under the gun. That's obviously annoying. But the guy's second place in chips, so he's got a lot of incentive to still open hands. Like ace nine offsuit's pretty bad. Like a guy who had 20 big blinds would have opened up ace nine offsuit in this spot. So as long as the guy has a bigger stack, I'm much more comfortable making a play back at him. And I'm surprised he doesn't actually jam himself. He goes for a smaller 3-bet, almost trying to induce. That's what I'm saying. Like little Pepe, Lee is on next level queen five offsuit 3-bet bluff of 20 big blinds. You know, Happy Whale was sick, and Cheater guy over up there. He's every single one of these unknown players is gonna deliver and has already delivered today.
They didn't get here by accident. I think that's what we're realizing very quickly here. There was no run good for, or maybe there was actually. There's always a bit of run good to get to the final table. But yeah, they know how to play this game, and they're winning pots left and right.
I'd argue that they are crazier than the pros. The pros, they're usually pretty solid. Like they make good plays here and there, right?
Yeah.
But you know, they're not crazy. Just because they're pro doesn't mean they're like 3-betting you a queen five offsuit or anything with 20 big blinds. So we're gonna see more activity from these guys. Ace 10 here, blind versus blind, and just open it up.
Do you think it gives them a better chance to do well? Because in video games, it's kind of like that. Like if you play against someone who's better than you mechanically or like across the board, your best chance is to play very aggressive. You know, you want to cheese him out of the game. Like we even say, we even use the reference all in. Like there's a lot of all ins that you can do in video games or in strategy games.
Yeah, that. Wow, 10-4 suited, 3-betting blind versus blind. This little Pepe, these short stack guys have came to play. Okay, this guy little Pepe is not sitting on many big blind. 3-betting 10-4 suited from the big blind. Lee earlier 3-bets the queen five offsuit. Like I don't know what's going on here. Thomas has got the best hand. Probably is not thinking this guy would be making these plays too. He's in a tough spot. Like, yes, it's blind versus blind, but this looks insanely strong from the big blind. And he's going to jam into ace 10. Impressive. No limit gaming. Too good.
And again, I think that's because of what just happened, right? Like there was a 3-bet just 1 or 2 hands before. And Thomas Muehloecker is like, all right, well, you might be getting a little out of line here. There is definitely room for little Pepe to 3-bet fold here, and that's actually what he was doing. So Thomas Muehloecker with the great read goes in with the ace 10. I wouldn't have been so calm about it if I had the ace 10, let me tell you. Like, you know, probably on the neatier sides.
I'd be scared. Because no, let's just say he was wrong. He'd lose 1,000,000 chips. He'd have 1,000,000 chips himself. Wow. I loving this first 15 minutes of action. Ace jack suited, 2 overs, flush draw, 10s over pair. I'm expecting some clash right here. Look, tiny min bet.
Yeah, that has to be a check raise a lot of the time, I guess, with the nut flush draw here.
With this big of a hand, I'd definitely be just check raising, looking to get all in. Wow, okay, he just calls.
Ooh,
a little bit surprised, but yeah. Set versus the big draw. Chance Mark just
draw.
leads. I check.
And he checks his nut flush draw and open-ender.
Wow.
Oh my god, and he gets the nut flush against the boat of Lil, who has a bit more than twice the pots.
Literally impossible for Mark Rodoya not to lose all his chips here. Wow, the sneakiest check on the turn. Who checks a set on that turn too? It's absolutely insane. This guy's 3-betting queen five offsuit, checking turns that are super drawy with top set. He's gonna be throwing some curveballs, but he's gonna get a full double here. Wow, raise. He didn't go all in.
He didn't wait too long here. That was a very quick re-raise on the river. And Mark calls, gets the bad news. The ship it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. The ship it and running hot after winning a hand.
This guy who tilts you, right? Like he's like winning pots emoji and you rub it in. Mark somehow didn't lose the last 200,000 chips with the nut flush there. I'm surprised. A little bit of a saving grace, but wow, super action heavy.
Do you think Lil was right in just re-raising the amount he did as opposed to going all in?
That's an interesting point. Um, I might have just went all in given how many chips I'd actually have. Hold on. King, queen suited. Probably will jam. He's up against Muehloecker, who will open wider. And Muehloecker, yeah, no, he's going to have to fold this a bit too much. But yeah, I kind of expect him to jam given how short he already was on the river. But maybe he wanted to raise a little bit smaller in case Mark was value betting like just a 9 and want to make sure he calls. Something like this. Oh man, look at these hands. How do we keep
Yeah.
getting so much action?
And Lil, the poor guy, he finally got a bigger stack. He's like, oh, I'm going to open the ace-3 suited like I'm supposed to. Ace-king suited right behind jacks. Into big blind as well.
Yeah, Mark, the easiest jam in the West. You know, he's only got 20 big blinds. A raise and a call, that's what you want to see. Extra money in the pot. But Jack's here against 20 big blind. Yes, there's some action in front of him, but I think I'd still be going. Mark's been just losing chips. He's on a forever-ending downswing. Let's take the rest of it here with these pocket jacks. It's close. Oh, good enough.
All right, a flip between the two players, ace king suited against jacks.
Blank.
No ace, no king on the flop, no flush draw either. There's 4 spades, some chop odds.
Yeah. 5 spade? No. Out. Mark. Wow. Dude, wasn't this guy sitting on way more chips than the 4 short stacks? All of a sudden is that first one out. Would never expect it. $40,000. Congrats to everyone else getting a little pay jump. One big name is out.
And not much you can do here. I mean, they both played it right. Just you gotta win these flips to do well.
Yeah.
Little Pepe with aces, but nobody has anything.
Little Pepe is like, please have something. Because like Little Pepe had been doing some gangsta moves earlier, right? 3-bet folding with some small stack. He's like, this is why I make those plays. And he just gets a little free, just some free antes and blinds. Probably a little tilted by that. But yeah. Wow, so Sheeter, I guess we're going to be saying his name for a while because he just moved himself up to 2nd place in chips. He's not going anywhere.
Happy well opening up the king 10 suited on the gun. And he's one hand. That was I think, was the one where he just wouldn't fold. I'm going to relook it up.
Yeah, he's the ace king guy.
Yeah.
He's like, I ain't folding despite everything getting there. King 10 on king 10 action. Lee.
Isn't it Lil?
Lee, yeah, Lila. 3 bets the this guy is so aggressive, Todd. Like, I have not seen this kind of aggression from a short stack guy, unknown player before in the Super Millions, and I've done a lot.
I don't think there is some Russian players that tend to be more. I mean, you can say that about a lot of countries, but I feel like in the micros as well, the Russian players sometimes they play very aggressive, and to their credit, it's very hard to play against that, right? Like some of the best players in the world, they are known to be very aggressive, but that's gonna get him paid here, as there was no defense from Happy Well. Probably 2 shallow stacks to try and defend the king 10 suited.
Yeah, and also his big blind versus under gun, that looks insanely strong because big blind is incentivized to not 3-bet there because, you know, they're closing the action, no one else behind to make some move. 10-3 suited. Chip leader going nuts here. Yeah, it looks super strong. They don't have to 3-bet from that spot, so people kind of think they're usually stronger, and that's what Lee thought and made that play. Pocket 4s would be a nice reshove here, but it is a little risky. It is just pocket 4s, but he knows his opponent is up to no good. Nice.
It was a 10. That was 22 big blinds here for Daniel Dvoress. I feel like if you have, 6s, 7s, 8s, like it's so much easier of a shove, but 4s, it's at the edge where you're like, do I want to do this? But yeah, he went for it, and he was right.
Wow, 7-6 offsuit. Utter garbage. But no, pocket 4s, yeah, it's dangerous, but Roddy always says pocket 4s always makes a set. I don't know if you've ever heard him say it. It's one of the worst things I've ever learned from the guy. It's seriously just got utter garbage. And he probably is fist pumping when he watches this replay. I think he will. He's gonna see that and be like, "My man, Daniel Dvoress."
Yeah, I watched Roddy's stream, and when he gets forced, he's like, "All right, guys, we got a set. We flop the set. It's pre-flop." He's like, "How do you know?"
Pre-flop. 9 players to act. We made a set. Ace deuce. Actually, pair on pair action.
Yeah, Jans. Do you think it's Jans or Jans? I
I'm
was
not
so
sure.
tricky with his names.
It's he's got an Austrian flag, right?
Yeah.
You're European. You would know more when certain letters are silent
So
or
I know
not.
all about Europe names.
Yeah, I'm an American over in Australia. I have no clue about Europe. I just love Europe, but I don't know anything about, anything.
Chitiri was able to take it down with a bet on the flop. I guess the bottom pair not
Wow.
enough for a chance to
So he didn't
stay.
call. I'm surprised he didn't call because, like, if you're defending ace deuce and you flop on a 6-3-2, yes, it's bottom pair, but I would still think it's pretty good because a lot of times overcards, would see
Yeah.
bet there and just miss. Interesting.
Maybe Chitiri has like a very aggressive image. So it was like, if I call on the flop, he's probably going to keep firing and I won't know where I'm going to be at. I can't improve that much.
Yeah, true. I think that's definitely very possible here. Muehloecker.
And another flop here where Thomas Muehloecker flops top pair. He's definitely not getting away on the flop. But would Jepsen keep on applying pressure with all the ICM implications? Because this is the chip leader against the second in chip or third right now.
He might fire this turn because he picks up the extra outs, with the queen 9 open ended. His opponent could have a lot of hands that check call that would check fold the turn. Also, a lot of hands that would check call and check call the turn. So, but because he got the big stack, I'm not surprised he's still firing here. Ace Jack has to continue just because it's Ace Jack on this board, but he's not loving it. And he not only is he not loving it, he's got to sweat river cards to come too, right? Like a heart, a 10, an 8, a queen, a king. Like, I could name more bad cards than good cards in the deck for Thomas Muehloecker. That is a good card. Top 2.
Yeah, because like not many straight got there here. It's not like a king jack or any queen 10 would have gotten there. And I think Thomas Muehloecker, he probably looked at this and he was like, okay, there's going to be almost 1 million in the pot. I'll have 1.6 behind. And even if facing a big bet, like, you just still have a lot of room to try and make the right decision.
Yeah, I think Jepsen could easily bet this river. He can represent the ace pretty good. Ace X of hearts, ace queen, ace 10 of ace of heart. So he can actually hit that hard really well. And the guy in the big blind actually has a lot of hands that will fold to river bet, like a jack 10, jack 1 heart, queen jack 1 heart. He's just deducing how often it hits his opponent, and he is going to fire it out. I like the bluff. I know it's not going to work, but I can really get behind that bluff. Thomas probably
he's never going to fold. We know that.
It's not folding. Just wonder if he can value raise this. Probably is the best hand, but I wouldn't expect to get called by worse. So yeah, I like the call.
Do you think on the river, if Christian Jepsen went all in, so that's I guess the stack of Thomas Muehloecker was like 1.6 million, and in the pot there was 1 million. Would he ever be able to find the fold there?
He might be able to find it, but I don't think Thomas would, knowing him, because Thomas has never been scared in all of our previous final tables. And if he sees the opportunity to stack chips, even if he might bust out first, he's not afraid to do it. So I wouldn't expect him to fold. Whereas I do think other guys out there would consider it if that situation happened, but also an unlikely situation because that'd be a huge overbet.
The big blind went up from 35K to 40,000 now. Everybody's stacks getting a little bit shorter on big blinds. And the Dvoress is still in it, man. I was starting to be worried here. It was getting really short, but he just raised the king jack, took it down. And now we got a flop where nobody hits anything between Thomas Muehloecker and Chitiri.
Yeah, Thomas Muehloecker really. This is a pretty loose defend with king jack offsuit against undergun open. But I've seen some loose plays from in the pre-show too. I think he was like defending queen 5 suited against one guy. But a little bet and a call. I mean fold, sorry. But Jepsen, that last pot was a key pot. It's a key pot because it brings the first and second guy really close in chips. So Jepsen now without he still has a chip lead, but not a massive one, might not make as many plays here and there. These hands are big, actually.
Yeah, 10s and 9s here definitely could go in. Thomas Muehloecker with the Queen Jack suited. Such a beautiful hand. All those Broadway, suited Broadways, you know, always
Oh, he's
40% of a royal flush.
40% row flush. Pocket nines just calls, man. If he had jam pre-flop, would have got stacked on the ace high board though. That should control things where he doesn't lose all the chips. I wouldn't have faulted the pocket nines. I think most people would go all in with pocket nines, to be honest,
Yeah.
against that stack size. But pocket 10 seems to be the highlight of the show right now, right? Because we've seen pocket 10s double up early. We saw pocket 10s make a boat against a flush draw, a flush. Now we got pocket 10s against pocket nines getting action. Oh, some other pocket 10s too, like I guess we're not dealing out queens and kings today, just pocket 10s.
It's doing pretty well. Let's see if Jans keeps firing here on the 7 on the turn. Always tricky with these stack sizes because he's the one that's at risk. He has 600,000 or abouts. There's 350k in the pot.
Usually I see a check because you still have 2 clean outs. Obviously, if you hit a 10, you're almost always good. And your opponent might just put you all in randomly. Wow, so a value bet from the 2 9s, but it's actually he's actually up against a better hand. Arends here, okay, great call. Because earlier he made a fold of bottom pair. I'm like, oh, is he going to fold the best hand? Nice.
I think on the river, they might both have thought they were good. It's like one of those scenarios.
I think they're thankful for the smaller bet too. Happy whale.
Aces or Jans here immediately after.
Yeah, chess. We got pocket aces. The dream. He gets a little bit extra chips from the pre-flop raise.
Do you ever want to call here, you think?
I would against a weak lineup, but everyone here seems like they know what they're doing, so I don't think Happy Whale would fall for like a call. Like if I was playing smaller buy and I would call here because they wouldn't know that I wouldn't have much of a calling range, so they might not put me on aces. But if he called here, it would really look like aces, you know. So like I think you just kind of got to 3-bet and hope for the best.
This is the kind of hand where if you're happy, well, you check the stream later to see what villain had, and you're like, yes, there's a bullet here.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, Daniel. Don't let your stack fall too low. I mean, obviously he needs to get something, right? 6-7 off on the button with his stack size. You know, you're not gonna do much.
Yeah, but Daniel's pretty solid, so he won't. He might stick around at the stack size for a bit longer. Do you know which flag Sheeturge IJR has?
Cyprus, I think.
Cyprus. All right. See, you're European. You do know things about Europe.
I googled it earlier because I wasn't sure. I was like, "What is this flag?"
All right. Then what about Jepson's flag? What is Jepson's flag?
That's Andorra. I also googled it because I thought it looked like Moldova, and it's very similar to Moldova, but it's Andorra.
Okay.
But he's from Sweden.
He's actually a Swedish player. And Little Pepe.
Ooh, I think this one is. I know it. I believe it's Estonia.
Yeah, I was thinking Estonia as well, but I didn't want to say it and get yelled at by chat or anything, so I was going to let you do that job.
Actually, I feel like I learned what a lot of flags were through playing poker. Because like you always see them, you know, you click on the. Well, if you're not sure, you're curious, you click on the profile and then it says on the GGPoker software what the actual country is.
It actually says the country is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Not just the flags. Otherwise, people would just be googling left and right. What's blue, white with the star?
So Lee 3-betting again. He's 3-betting a guy with such a tiny stack, but it should work.
What do you mean should work? You think Lil Pepe is gonna fold?
I think he will fold because King Queen offsuit is, yes, it's a small re-raise, but you're only sitting on 15 big blinds, so these 2.5 big blinds more is very impactful to your stack. You're pretty much committing at this point. But King Queen, if you're commit under the gun versus a 3-bet, is heroic, to say the least.
And Lil building up quite the chip stack now. That guy
And
came in with barely any chips at all into the final table. Doubled up first hand and he's chipping up very nicely now.
I would say it's deserved because like it's not like he coolered like to get his stack to 1.5 million. He's been like just relentless, aggressive. And he's gonna fold. All right. King 5 suited, absolutely nothing. But he's got the chip stack.
Yeah, we've seen that Jepsen is willing to apply pressure. It cost him earlier when we had top 2 pair on the other side, but this time there's absolutely nothing for Lil. Does he want to play back? He floats with the ace-10 of spades. Maybe thinking about some turns that he can try and stab at, and that might be one of them.
I think Jepsen might bet again, just because his hand's pretty vulnerable. He might check just because of his hand, but I do like betting. His opponents, he's actually up against like usually like a pocket nines, something like this with a heart. So you kind of don't want to let him just check back the turn and get a free one. So I like that bet.
Yeah, Jepsen still in the cheap lead now. The good amount. And we got ace-9 suited in the big blind, ace-jack suited from Daniel Dvoress. Got 20 big blinds and a half. Just gonna open it.
Yeah, should get defended by the big blind, I imagine. But so when you're doing your casting, do they show the flags of the people playing, or is it no? Is that not a thing?
Yeah, sometimes it depends. But these days here in the Walker 3 tournaments, yes, I believe it they do.
Okay.
They used not to. I think like for a long time, a lot of stuff was like really bland. They wouldn't show much, and I was always like, you should just show everybody's flags, right? A lot of people from the country, some of the viewers, they want to cheer from their fellow country people, but it wasn't being shown. And now nowadays, I think the graphics have improved a lot. Like the overlays when the game's being broadcast, everything looks really nice.
Because esports is like a very obviously worldwide thing, right? It's like not country specific. Just like in poker, like we got people playing from all over the world, and a lot of times, like yes, you follow your favorite players just because they're the sickos and the best micro management or macro management, etc. But like, I imagine there's a lot of people just, oh, he's the best player from France. He's Yoan Merlo. He's Todd. Yeah, I'm gonna follow him, right? Like he's number one at some point in his career, I think. Roddy, I follow him because he's the best commentator from Rotterdam, not because of his skills.
Roddy was actually extremely competitive in Warcraft 3 as well, a long time ago. I think that's kind of how he started out.
Was he actually good though? Do you know?
Yeah, no, he was really. He won like not a world tournament, but a European. A really big European tournament where there was like strong players.
You're saying this because he's your friend, or because it's a fact?
It's actually I don't want to say this because he's my friend, but I'm being truthful. No, he was actually really good in Warcraft. In StarCraft 2, he was never pro, but he's still also pretty good because he streams every day and he plays like against really good players. He's in Grandmaster League, which is like top .something%. Like it's really the higher echelon. But obviously against the best in the world, he wouldn't do so well.
So this GGPoker Super Millions kind of like the Grandmasters, you know? You need big buy-ins to start playing this event.
I think it's top Grandmaster, I would say, because.
But the difference here in poke, see, Grandmaster there, you actually have to be good in order to be able to play that. Here, you don't necessarily need to be good. You just need $10,000. So that's the thing about poker. Like, to play at the best, you don't need to be the best. You just need a bit of money and a little bit of luck. Pocket nine's going for a little bet here. Jans, he's got mid pair, but like, oh man, it's dicey. Pretty dicey here. He'd be folding the best hand.
He's trying to apply pressure. I mean, obviously he could backdoor the flush, but I don't think he's doing this for value right now against so many things that beat him. He's actually gonna get it through.
Nice. This guy's so good.
There's a lot of ICM pressure at this stage, right? Like if I look at the pay jumps, they're pretty like nobody wants to finish 7, 8s, or 9s in a tournament. Like I think we all know that. And like the way he was playing it now, think Jancy was just so tricky for him to continue because then there is all the river to come and him to make another decision and potential big decision.
Yeah, I think Jan's Arends, he like, hold on. Ace Queen suited. Telling you, man, these a lot of guys might just call here like, well, you know, there's a guy with short stack. Do I really want to put pressure on a chip lead who can put more pressure back on me? Jepson, pocket sevens. Probably knows these guys are up to no good now. It's a questionable hand. Gets outflopped. Cuts
Yeah, the
down
point
the
of
lead.
calling, if you call with 7, you hope to flop a set, but the pot is so inflated already when you head to a flop. It's such a big bet from Chitiri immediately on the flop. You don't even wait too long.
Yeah, against like someone who bets bigger too for C bets. Like when you try to set mine here, it's hard for you to call flop bets because of how big he's already betting. So you're literally set mining. Because this is not like a great flop for sevens, but you might still have the best hand sometimes. But against a big bet sizing, you're just like, sigh, take my chips.
Yeah. And Chitiri, I remember his hand here before we started final table. That was also the ace queen against Isaac Haxton where he flopped trips.
Mm-hmm.
But that hand's been good to him for sure.
He's aggressive. Ace 8. Boom, take some chips.
We'll take it down. Then Dvoress, I mean, there is not much he can do here with the raggedy ace, right? Even though Chitiri is not been out of line with the activity either.
I know you're thinking, you're like, man, I think Daniel Dvoress is going to win. Hasn't played a hand. You're like, come on, deal this guy some cards. Make it seem like I know what I'm talking about because this guy's just been folding, Todd. But just because, I mean, he's been getting dealt literally nothing, but still. He will eventually have his day.
We haven't seen much. Has anybody had queens yet? We've seen pocket tens a bunch of time. We've seen aces, kings once, I think, got a walk. But
Yeah,
queens, where is the queens at today?
I think we literally haven't been dealt any queens at this table yet. There are other pocket pair we have been. So yeah, I would say the quiet guy. Daniel Dvoress actually probably is the quietest player so far at this final table. And then Jan Zaren's also been quite quiet. These pros. See, the pros are really solid. They don't get too crazy. They'll make their moves. It's the satellite winners. They're going nuts. And Jepson and Muehloecker controlling the action right now.
Well, how does he want to play this? He's short, so he's just going to roll in and guess it through.
I like that he jams, because normally you wouldn't want to get in 16, 17 big blinds, but by jamming, you prevent like the chip lead Muehloecker making a play back at you. Like let's say Muehloecker has like Queen Jack suited, he might re-raise all in to put the pressure on you, but now he can't call it off. Ace 8 though should jam. Little Pepe.
Oh. I think there is even some big blind defense that can be annoying, right? If you just do like 2x or something, or you just open, then Thomas Muehloecker is going to defend maybe a decent amount, even though he's not facing like a big stack.
Queen Jack here is tough. I'm the clear shortest. Everyone else has double my stack. Queen Jack could be the best hand here. I wouldn't fault him for calling. Yes, it is 475,000, so like it is 11 big blinds, but if there's a decent chance you can have the best hand, you should strongly consider calling. I think there is, because he should be up against like Queen 10s, Queen 9s, Jack 10s, Jack Ace 5s, Ace 4s. So yes, you're not beating those hands, but you know, you still got 2 live cards. I'm not sure what the spot is, but I can tell you it's not a snap decision. He is going to call it off. I'm not surprised.
He's the shortest stack by far. So if there was an equal stack with him, maybe lean more towards a fold. And he gets the queen on the flop. 93% now for little Pepe. Might be able to double up if he can fade an ace, and he fades it.
You're running hot. Win a hand.
Every time that guy wins the pot, he goes for the emoji, doesn't he?
Well, actually, to be fair, I'm not sure when the last time you played on GG, but when you play and like sometimes they'll pop up little emojis for you, so you don't have to like go really far to find it. At least it helps makes it easier for you to laugh at your opponents.
I don't use the emojis so much myself, just here and there. But yeah, I played last Sunday and last Friday.
Okay, so you get in a little poker bug. You've already got multiple days in one.
Yeah,
recently.
Friday is
Oh.
Russian Cash Friday, and then Sundays for tournaments.
Every time I hear Roddy say Russian cash, I think he's talking about Russians playing. When he says, I'm like, all
Maybe
right.
it is too.
I'm like, all right. So we're playing this game where only Russians are allowed to play, or they just play crazy. Is that what you're telling me? This Russian's playing crazy though, Leela. 2 pair, chip leader.
Yeah, nobody has much. Little Pepe with third pair with his sevens. Probably not too happy to see that flop. Just gonna snap folds and Jepson expands his chip lead a bit more. Hans was thinking about it here for a second.
I think he fell asleep or something. Like, no way in hell he plays that hand in that spot, that stack. Jack 5 suited though. This is a little loose. This guy. The big blind, flopping top trips, top kicker, the dream.
It would be a bad time for Thomas Muehloecker to get out of line. We'll see. He might at least stab the flop.
He's for sure gonna stab the flop. These guys c-bet like machines. Snap called. He called so fast. It actually looks kind of weak. Like usually someone has a 10 here.
And he leads.
Tricky, but this one doesn't have anything.
Chitiri plays pretty fast. Maybe he's like multi-tabling.
Who's got the most time bank at the table now that you say that? 13 minutes remaining. Like, yeah, he plays fast. He's a man who knows what he does. He's the PLO player, I think.
He's like, oh, this 2-card game. It's so easy. I'm so used of having to count like all the outs, all the odds, everything with 4 cards, blockers, everything. 2 cards. That's easy mode.
Yeah. Daniel finally gonna play a hand.
Do you dabble in PLO, Nanonoko?
I don't like that game personally. I know a lot of people love it, but it's not a game for me. I tried it. It was too overwhelming. I'm like 4 cards. Like, you tell me I have to connect the first card to the fourth card, the third card to the first. Like, I was just like, nah, I could never play that game.
Muehloecker with a very small bet here, less than 5th pot on the flop, will take it down. Daniel Dvoress, come on, give him something.
He got a king 7 suited. He got a flop of nothing. It's a little something.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's the thing. Give him a pair. Give him something. Come on. It is a double here. Our shortest stack now.
Yeah, pocket 6s. All right, queen 8 suited. Probably coming on for a ride. Very connected hand. Big blind, one more big blind. I don't know. I was gonna say he's gonna flop it, isn't he? Look at that. Let's see a straight flush. Drop a jack of spades out there.
How about a 7 of spades?
Pretty good. Any spade? Any 8? Any queen's gonna be good for Lee.
He's obviously not going anywhere.
But
we've seen him play very aggro before. But he's not gonna even consider check raising here. He just calls.
I expected a check raise just like you, just because like this guy's been crazy. But maybe he's a pre-flop crazy player. Post-flop, he's like a more conservative. Hits the queen.
He took a while to call actually in his big blind. I was thinking, well, is he really gonna 3-bet here? But no, just the defense.
I would never expect it, but this guy does the unexpected. You gotta expect it from these guys. 6s check, hits the flush. Nice.
Thomas Muehloecker with 4th pair here on this board with his 6s. Oh, it's such a small bet. It's so tempting. It's so cheap.
It is tempting, but he only beats like 7-8, pretty much exactly. I like the bet size.
If you beat at least one hand, you're supposed to call, right?
Well, then technically you call everything. But yeah, no, I'd be surprised if he calls 2 6s here, unless he thinks his opponent's real crazy. But queen 8 suited, I like the bet sizing. Yes, you made a flush, but your pack that your opponent checked it. Seems like he has got it. You would think your opponent has like a 10 maybe, and you need to size according to what you think your opponent could call with. So I think the small bet size is good.
Is there room for a bluff? Because he's holding his spades.
You always trying to find these heroic bluffs from out of nowhere. Oh, wow, you're right. Okay, Todd, I'm gonna stop shitting on your thing you saying random bluffs because
Oh, he
I'm
calls
clearly
it.
no.
Of
Wow.
course he calls, yeah. Oh my
Wow.
god, that was wild. Thomas Muehloecker took a big risk and little or shortest stack at the start of this final table. He's now third in chips, and he's not too far behind Chitiri either.
The guy was sitting on 30 to 1 at the start of the pre-show, was 33 to 1 at some point. Odds no one believed. Man, that third pot induced Thomas to go for jams. I never expected because I said, oh, a lot of guys don't try to represent the flush when it goes check on the turn just because, a lot of guys will keep betting. And Thomas went for it. So I apologize for you asking the question. I was like, come on, Todd, you're putting out a scenario that will never happen. And then it happens. So you know what? You're the freaking genius here, Todd. I'm going to let you say whatever the hell you want. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You do. I mean, I was just doing the commentator thing, right? Where you try to bring up something crazy. I just got lucky that it happened in that moment.
Great
The
final
seventh
table
here.
so far. Yeah.
Yeah. So much action. Action flops, everything.
This is an auto jam for me for sevens. Hands very vulnerable to play post flop. Sitting on less than 20 big blinds. And this guy has opened 7-6 offsuit earlier in this kind of position. So the same exact position, to be honest. Like the jam. Expect the fold.
Unless GTR wants to get wild. If he has a timing tell that it's only ever 2 broadways, he's like, I'm on the right side of a flip. Sometimes you feel like this too. Especially if you're on tilt from your other games going badly.
That's exactly when you've lost. Say this guy's multi-table and he just lost like some all-ins on some other tables. He's like, yeah, call. But ace king, ace queen.
And this is between two of the biggest stacks as well. It's Christian Jepsen, the chip leader, and Thomas Muehloecker, fourth in chips currently, with 8 players left. Ace king straightforward, like it's really going in. Yeah, did you just call?
He did just call, Todd. That's crazy to me. And I'm gonna say this is actually an ICM move here. Because obviously Muehloecker understands ICM because he's a pro. He sees Happy Whale, he sees Daniel Dvoress, he sees Little Pepe. They're sitting on like 13 big blinds to 14, 15 big blinds. He sees Jan's Arends with 20 big blinds. He doesn't want to bust before them. I'm not saying that calling is the optimal play here. I don't know, but I can tell you that's why he just called.
Proceeding with caution, he's going to get rewarded. I mean, Christian Jepsen has absolutely nothing at this point. So unless he wants to get wild and try and apply pressure, and we've seen him before try and do that, he should be shutting down now. He has to think about it, but he's got ace queen high on a 4 hearts board, and he has no hearts. But apparently, he's got a big heart in his body because he stabs again for about 40% spots.
Jepsen I think he's like, man, none of these pots are going my way. Let me just try to muscle my way through at least one of them. 4 flush, sitting on the nuts for Muehloecker. Well, just go here. He's just trying to pretend he's got like a little heart here, like a 10 of hearts. So maybe his opponent will go for one more bluff. Just tanking.
And Thomas Muehloecker would have slightly more than pot on the river as well. And you have to think with the way this is going, he's going to check almost certainly and try to induce.
Yeah, he's trying to represent that small heart, just hoping his opponent goes for one more bluff. See if Jepsen falls for it.
Jepsen would still be chip leader if you check the river here.
Yeah, but
if you try to bluff it and lost it.
He's already tried the triple barrel bluff against Muehloecker earlier. It didn't work. He almost took the bait.
Thomas Muehloecker is like, no, running cold. Yeah. That's the wrong moment to try and stab, much like when I try to bluff as well.
Jack 9 suited. Okay. Throwing a call. There's like no jacks left in the deck. I don't know what the hell this guy can hit. Pocket 8's probably going to call too.
Is there ever any worry that after somebody lost a big hand like this, Like if you're Thomas Muehloecker, are you thinking that maybe Christian Jepsen would be a little bit annoyed at the hand and might open wider, or not? You think at this level, like that would not happen?
At this level, I'm not too worried about that kind of stuff as much. But I was going to say, what could Shitter Jr., whatever his name is, can hit? Because every jack was folded, literally. Flops a flush.
The back-to-back hearts, Nanonoko, they're here.
That's true. It was a king high flop too, wasn't it? It might have been the same flop. It was really close.
Thomas Muehloecker has also a flush draw with just the 8, but it's 3-way pots. He's completely out of position, being in the small blind, and they're just gonna give it up entirely. Shittery, the jacket, it got there.
All right, so we got a little 5-minute break. Been a good hour of poker. Love it. We'll see you guys soon.
Hi, I'm the new Daniel Negreanu, and I'm the old Daniel Negreanu. We both represent online poker sites, we both love Hold'em. I mean, we're basically the same person. Absolutely, man, I used to love watching you play, the way you would read people, call out their hands, and then of course call anyway. Oh, stop, I'm blushing. But old Daniel, man, I gotta ask, man, what's up with this look you got going on here? You tired or something? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired of all these freaking beats I've been taking. It's freaking ridiculous. Look at this motherfucking hand. This motherfucker's calling the fucking turn with this piece of hand. Fucking absurd. Whatever, I don't even know why I'm so upset. I mean, bad beats, they're just part of the game, right? I mean, they don't really have to be. You see that? I took a bad beat, then GG took care of some of my losses. Hashtag, thanks GG. You think maybe I could borrow that laptop and play a little while? No, definitely not. Just say GG to that site you're playing on over there. You just think you're so clever. Nope, just a good read. GG, poker star.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Radar hold stings. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best. Welcome back, everyone. Super Millions. It's me, Randy Lou, with Todd, the Roddy replacement. First hour was good.
Yeah.
We had a lot of action. Like, we've had lineups much bigger names. It was not as fun as that last level. I think this one is also going to be very good this hour. Stacks are getting short. We should see people just flying out and going crazy.
I think it's also been a good mix of some people catching cards and hitting draws, but also even in the hands where like nobody really had anything. There's been some times where some have tried to get out of line. There's been some big bluff attempts, so it's been great to follow. And another flush draw. This time it's the spades from Thomas Muehloecker, who opened the Queen 7 suited on the button. Christian Jepson has absolutely nothing in the big blinds.
So the story to me so far has been the unknown players. Obviously, the guy at the bottom, Leela, 2.4 million. Started with 350K, shot up right away with pocket tens against the King Jack and Muehloecker. Then after that, he's been just 3-betting shit basically throughout this final table. And now it's got 2.4 million chips. Got a big double when he got Muehloecker to try to bluff him. I don't know that guy's name, but shit or whatever up there on the top left, been doing great too. 2.8 million chips. It's been phenomenal. Let's see here. We got some little, ooh, look at that. Jack 10 looking good.
The open-ender. It's Happy Wells, I guess. Ace high and backdoor flush draw. He's got such a little stack, though. It's so hard to continue here. But also, like, do you really want to shut down? So he's going to bet small, and I don't think Chitier is going anywhere here with the open-ender. He gets it on the turn.
Just binked it. Happy whale, though. Like, he only got 10 big blinds left. There's literally nothing he can do. No connection. Betting again would be suicidal.
This is literally the worst flop and turn, I think, for him. He could have seen. Chitier, we've seen him do unusual lines. Like most people here would trap just to try and let people try and bluff at them. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He leads, which also, I guess, is viable. Like if you think the opponent might call with like some sort of one pair or something, he gets a quick fold.
All right, I gotta ask, where are you? Are you in Mordor or something? Like, what the hell background do you got going on?
It's like so messy behind me that I got tired of like showing my normal like clothes with racks, so I just put like the green screen and found a background to show.
And where are you? Where is this? Is this a real place on Earth or is this some fantasy land?
So. I don't think this is a real place. Otherwise, I would have visited because it looks pretty cool. What about your background? Is that a green screen or like a real?
Yeah, people get trolled. People get tricked all the time because Roddy's got like a pretty cool room. It's actually his room. He's got his, but this is just a green screen. And no, this is my place. This is my pad. What are you talking about? Like I'm matching the final table, purple on purple. You know, I've got the lighting controls. We're in two different places. You're outside. I'm indoors.
Yeah.
You don't seem cold at all. It looks freaking cold out there.
I'm good, like the action at the table is keeping me warm, but I will start getting cold if Daniel Dvoress doesn't get a double up soon because he's won absolutely no hand almost. I think he won 2 hands. They were like really, really small. Come on, Daniel.
Production's like, hey, who do you think is going to win, Todd? Daniel Dvoress hasn't played a single hand. Like, well done. But hold on. Check raise from 9-7 suited. Wow. Pretty gangsta. He's actually played a flush draw passive before, and now he's going for a check raise, really mixing it up.
And Lil, remember, he's the guy that's won $109 satellite into a 10K, and now he could win almost $300,000 if he wins this thing. What a return on investment that would be for this guy.
Yeah, because like we had guys signing for 1K before, and that's like 10x. That's normal. $500, pretty impressive. $100 is next level. And when you qualifying for $100, you're supposed to play like a Nick because it's like this is a huge spot for you. He's playing like the craziest of every single person at this final table right now, and I like to see that so much. Top pair on top pair. I think this is the end of Happy Well. Like, well, he's sitting on 7 big blinds. How does he not lose the rest of the chips here?
Yeah, that would be difficult. Small bet from Jans, which on this flop makes a lot of sense. Happy Well, does he want to just call? Does he want to re-raise here already?
I think I would. Yeah, sure. It doesn't mind. I don't mind jamming, but I might just call here just because it's ace high board and like, well, yeah. If he doesn't have me beat, like, what can he possibly have? He just doesn't have many outs. Not if there's a flush on a flop, probably would check jam. No flush draw. I like this just call. Give your opponent the chance to make a play at you if he's drawing almost dead.
And Happy Well, he's got about 75% of what's in the pots. Kind of straightforward. Actually, I was gonna say bet, but Jans just checks it. I guess there was only maybe the flush draw. He was worried about people don't really show up with too many threes here.
Mm-hmm. True. Happy Whale. Could block bet. Put like 100K out there or something. No, his kicker is not very good. He could check. He's going to go for a little block bet. Should get snapped off.
And he has 3 big blinds left behind. Does Jans wants to go all in? No, he just calls. All right, Happy Well, you got 3 big blinds left. That has to be a hell of a comeback.
Yeah, hell of a comeback for sure. Yeah, no. Still in the tournament. I expected him to lose all the chips at some point, so it's better than nothing. Good spot for Jans Arends. Little Pepe. Interesting because he's sitting on 14 big blinds of a pretty monsterish hand. But there's a guy in a Happy Whale over there with just like 2 big blinds. So that's why he's opening kind of like 5 big blinds. Like, well, if a lot of people want to get all in, maybe I'll still fold my hand.
When he gets ace king immediately after.
No, look over there though. Happy Whale saved those 2 to 3 big blinds and got dealt kings.
There's nines. Christian Jepson with the 9s.
That's true too, because Jepson probably wants to get it in with Little Pepe, I think. Little Pepe has opened to 5.5 big blinds, sitting on 15. But this is a dream for. Imagine Happy Whale gets us in. He can get up to 500K. Oh, nice fold from 2 9s. Obviously,
Wow.
this is a call.
Oh my god, I can't believe he folded 9s here. I guess there's so many people behind.
Yeah, he didn't like that the guy opened to like 5 big blinds. But
Yeah.
Here we go. 350K in the middle. Happy Whale out because the ace just rolled off.
Not like this.
Brutal. Guess he was going out anyways.
Very unfortunate for him, but gets himself 51,590 bucks. Not a bad payday for somebody who usually plays average buy-in, $300, $500. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, love to see that. Let's see, Thomas. Hey, Pocket Queens finally dealt one out. And look, little 7-5 offsuit. That's not a good hand, is it? Like, even you noticed, Todd.
Yeah, come on, Lil. Read the room here. This is the wrong time to try these moves. Do you think that because Lil has been so aggressive, you'd want to 3-bet and make it look weak here? Or I guess, in this hand, it doesn't matter the way it's going to end because it was 5-7 off. But would you really try and think hard on your 3-bet sizing if you're Thomas Muehloecker here?
I mean, yeah. Different sizings are important. Some people react differently to like bigger sizing or smaller sizing, thinking you're more polarized. So definitely some thought there for sure was necessary. Daniel Dvoress finally got pocket 6s, lays it down though.
In early position, of course. That's me, like when I'm deep in the tournament like this and I'm short, every time I get like a suited ace, it's like raise call and I can't go in, or like I get the 6s, you have to under the gun opens. I gave him my run good Nanonoko, that's the problem.
Oh, just king 9 offsuit, just opening it up. It's not like he's the chip leader. Okay, there's still 2 guys with more chips than him. Another guy with the same stack as him. He's just going nuts.
In his mind, he is. He's the chip leader.
True. 350K to 2.4 million is something.
That was a kind of small free bet, wasn't it? I didn't see exactly.
I think he made like 300K. Yeah, it's a little small
did he?
given how deep they are. It would be
Yeah.
okay if they were shorter, but it's in the end, these guys haven't been really calling 3-bets, so maybe it's not that big a deal.
So next
right.
page up, gonna be $66,000.
I got a trivia question for you. Do you know
Shoot.
Roddy's birthday?
Oh,
You don't. See, that's the weird.
No.
I shouldn't know either. I know him less than you. I'm sure you've known him for a decent amount of time. I know his birthday because this idiot, every time 8-5 offsuit is dealt, is like, you know what that is? That's my birthday. Because apparently his birthday is August 5th or whatever, or May 8th. I don't know. It's one of the. Oh, King 4 and King 8. Snap
Wow.
call, 10 big blinds. Wow. Daniel's going to be out unless he can spike something soon.
He's shooting for a 4.
Or
There's
10.
also some chop odds.
Is that chop?
Yeah, that's
I think
chop.
it is.
Yeah, and he gets the chop. Woo, saved.
I was like, you said some chop outs. I'm like, which card? I just forgot. You know, you can play the board a little bit.
Yeah, and there was straight draw as well. Come on, Daniel, you got this. That's so scary too. Like you show this, you get snap called.
Yeah, and then when you get snap called, you're like, okay, this guy's got like an ace X, and he's showing you a better king. You're like, god damn it.
Yeah. You got a defense. But yeah, Roddy is very superstitious. Like I think it was like 2010. I live in South Korea, and then we were playing there sometimes in casino, and he has like these 1 or 2 number that he plays at the roulette every time, and then he'll tell you about it every time as well.
Yeah, I'm starting to question his talents as a co-commentator. Usually, well, I mean, that's why he asks the questions, you know, like his strategies, you know, a little dodgy, a little spotty, but he is getting improving. Aces, though, top right.
And Lil has been very active. At this point, it's like really hard to actually put him on hands necessarily. It just seems like he opens so wide.
Yep. But not only has he been active, all of the pros, okay, for sure, pretty much everyone's fun, is watching the stream on a 30-minute delay. They're going to know what kind of dog shit this guy's been doing, right? Like Queen 5 offsuit 3-bets, King 10 offsuit 3-bets, like like they know he's up to good. He's been waiting for this moment with 2 aces where they just think he's up to no good. Jepsen normally would fold this really quickly with 10-8 suited. Now he's even thinking about continuing just because of how bad the hands this guy does play with. And he gets induces the 4-bet.
Oh my god.
Wow. Oh,
But
wow.
it makes sense relative to their stack sizes. He just goes all in after not. Oh my god, Leo. That was the perfect spot to try it, though. Maybe that's like over aggro.
Like, well, he probably didn't expect anyone to 4-bet bluff, but like, yeah, like if he, I don't fault him for jamming, but yeah, calling would have been the dream. But obviously there's a lot in there. Sick.
Do you think that 10-8 suited is maybe one of the worst hands? Yes, 10 deuce off and he opens.
Well, he's
you know,
Doyle Brunson hasn't played a World Series in a while. He showed up this year to the main event. That's why he's playing. He's playing the 10 deuce. The Doyle.
Only you could have thought of that. Nanonoko, well done. You figured it out. And he flops a gut shot as well, which
it's almost like, what can you flop with 10 deuce? You can't flop a straight, I'll tell you that. It's impossible. Turns a straight draw.
And the open ender, which little Pepe has the one of the outs for with his 8. He's gonna take it down.
This guy's looser than Michael Adamo, and that's real hard to do.
And he's chip leading now. $109 satellites. He's chip leading the 10K with 7 left. I'm cheering for this guy now. I'm sorry.
No, he's actually my favorite player at this final table by far. I don't care about Muehloecker. I don't even care about my pick, Jepsen. Like, this guy, I want to see shit because he's crazy. $100 satellite, like you said. Plays so gangsta. Plays 10 deuce offsuit, not even on the button, in the cutoff. And 3-betting people. Every time Roddy misses a show, we get a real good one. I'll tell you that. He just misses the good ones.
The thing is, he was doing this even when he had like a medium stack, right? He didn't wait until he had like a really big one. He's been making moves the whole time. So now that he has a big stack, maybe he even turns it up a little. If that's even possible, I mean, I don't think that's even possible to turn it up even any higher than he has.
Imagine you were like Thomas Muehloecker and Jepsen earlier. You're like, yeah, I'm not going to worry about some random Russian guy with 10 big blinds. Plays Russian cash probably. Who knows? And they're probably like, now they're like, oh my God, he's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hold on, little Pepe. Aces. Daniel finally got a hand, but he's in a big blind and he's up
Daniel,
against aces.
come on. He deserves to win this one.
He's up against aces, Todd.
And he just opens with his mini stack.
He can't win this hand.
Yeah, he can.
What, is he going to flop trip tens?
Ace, queen, jack on the flop.
Possible. Unlikely. Daniel probably needs to defend. It's just that he's a little bit worried why this guy's just opening with 12 big blinds. A little bit suspicious, to be honest. But he still calls it.
Just defend. Oh, the worst flop.
Should have folded. He's going to be out. Todd, your pick's in danger.
How do you know a king or a 10 is not coming? Have a little faith, Nanonoko.
I know one other king is dead in someone's hand. Should expect maybe a jam. He probably check raise. He might call. I don't know. We'll see. Does call. But he's not calling to fold. I'll tell you that. He's just calling to hopefully induce.
That would have to be an insane read.
Whoa. Did you see how fast that aces checked the turn? That was sneaky.
Yeah. So he has 295 or 296-ish left into 442. You have to imagine there's no way he wins this, you're right. But can he save any of his chips? I don't think little Pepe is going to be checking back the river, unfortunately, for Daniel Dvoress. So unless he finds an insane fold.
Well, little Pepe, does he go all in? Does he bet smaller? He's going to put his opponent all in. Snap call and out for Daniel Dvoress. Todd, your pick is done. Dead.
And the goodbye, come on, you can't do that. Now Dvoress with $66,000. Not a bad payday. You should never tell any of those guys that after they bust in one of those positions, because they would only think about the first or second place, I think.
You know, it's the funny thing. So you were playing live poker, and sometimes you're getting kind of far in a tournament. You bust out. It happens to me sometimes. I bust out a nice 3-bet from ace-8 suited. Man, this guy's so. I love watching him play. I'm saying, you bust out, you're ready to pack up and leave, and you got some guy at your table goes up to him, shakes your hand. Good game, man. I'm just thinking, leave me the fuck alone. I want to leave. I just lost a tournament deep. I'm getting like $10,000 or $5,000. You're telling me congratulations. Think you're a great player. I'm like, all right, leave me alone.
I think the worst is if you order food and then you bust after you order food, though. Yes. That's happened to me in Vegas, and that's the worst by far.
You feel like an idiot. I've seen guys who are like, I'm just gonna sit here in my chair until my food comes. Hope that's all right with you guys, because he busted. He's ordered a hamburger, a steak. He's got wine coming. He's got beers, and he's like, yeah, I'm not leaving my food behind.
Sometimes you can't, though, because obviously, if it's like a big field, they're gonna have to replace you at the table, like they're moving a certain way or something. Mm-hmm. It's tricky. You just hope it doesn't happen too often. All right, we're coming down here with the action. I think in the last few hands, not been as many big ones.
Yeah, but this guy's going ridiculous. And he's 3-bet ace-8 suited. He's raised c-bet king deuce suited on nothing. Now he's opening 10-4 offsuit. My new favorite player of the Super Millions is a $100 satellite winner. Never expected to say that.
And he has doubled the chips of Christian Jepsen now. And he gets jacks the very next hands. Chitiri, king 10 off. I mean, we've seen him open these kind of hands from this position. And that's going to be an open, which if there were ever a time to 3-bet, maybe that'd be it. But little traps and only calls.
I think it's because he's up against second place guy. He's like, all right, do I really want to throw in 2.8 million all in pre-flop? So yes, 3-bet is standard with this hand, but I don't mind just calling. Yeah. Just kind of preserving your top stack in case something funny happens. You can still play this hand pretty well post-flop. Flop still has the best hand, but there's an overcard. Always a little worrisome. Chituri he does bet bigger. So there's an off chance Leela folds to c bet. We'll see.
We've seen Chitiri be pretty aggressive and bet big very often. Yeah, there it is again.
310,000.
To
Snap
480. A quick call. Like Lil is not slowing his action ever at all. Always a quick call or plays pretty fast.
Bad turn card. Quick check though. I think the 2 jacks. I think he wants to take the free card, but yeah, he's gonna take the free card. So on this card, the king 10 should be pretty happy. Just try to check down. Try to beat like a pocket 9s, pocket 8s type hand. Jacks will also want to check. Hope for the best.
Maybe Lil finds some super thin value. Nope. Just checks back. He's gonna take it down with the jacks. And his stack keeps on getting bigger.
Yeah.
Damn, I need to play one of these sets, man. I'm not even rolled to play a $109 set, but maybe I will after seeing this. Imagine you're like one of those weeks you're doing the prep for one of these shows. You see my name on the sheet as one of the final table.
Like what? I'm like, all right, I expect Todd to play super tight, and then he's playing crazy because this Russian guy's playing crazy too. I'm like, all right. Cool. Queen 8 offsuit. Let's open it up. It's a premium considering the hands he's been opening.
Such crazy momentum for him now. He's got almost 5 million. The second biggest stack is Chitiri with 2.28. And actually, like, there's some stacks that are very, very similar. Chitiri, Jepsen, Muehloecker, all about 2 million, and Little Pepe and Jans, both 1 million. With the big blind now being 60K.
Look carefully at the seating position. Do you notice that everyone's kind of sitting next to somebody, right? But Leela is just kind of sitting by himself. Like it's because of his chip stack. Everyone's kind of like trying to stay away from him. You know, like he's got an open seat to his left, open seat to his right. They're all scared.
They should be. He's been playing pretty scary. Has the A6 off against Little Pepe. How much pressure do we want to apply with this one?
You can see he's thinking about even making a move here. He's super gangsta. It would work, but I'd be surprised. 4-5 suited. See a flop.
Should be a defend here. Every time flops absolutely nothing. And yet the pay jumps are going to get steeper and steeper here. We're going to go from 66,000 to 84,000 for 6th place. After that, 108,000. And of course, they're all eyeing that first place prize up top, 291,000.
Should be a fold coming up. So Todd, how do I actually pronounce your name? Yoan Merlo. How do you actually say it?
Yeah, that was close. Yoan Merlo.
Yoan Merlo.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So what is Todd? Is that like? Does it mean something?
Back when I played Brood War, I was in a clan called Mass, and then we kind of did like funny names, and I was Mastodon. Do you know what that is? A Mastodon?
A totem. That sounds like a Hearthstone card.
Mastodon. No. Todon.
Oh no, I have no idea. Is this a meme?
Oh, it's like a prehistoric elephant or like animal. Mastodon, I think, in English.
Hold on. An elephant. You're throwing me for a curveball here. All right, let me spell it. T-O what?
Mastodon. Mastodont.
Oh, Mastodon.
Yeah, exactly. So my nickname was Mastodon, but it was too long, so people just call me Todd, and then I kept that.
Ah, okay.
You know that Elky has a similar story for his nickname. It was just too long. His nickname was El Cantar, all caps, like a proper noob.
Holy shit! You serious about this? I did not know this. What does it mean?
I don't know. It was just his nickname. Elkantar. El Cantar. And then it was too long, so people just shortened it to Elky, and then he kept that.
Is that right? All right. Next time I see this guy, I'm gonna say like I got the lowdown from Todd. He said you used to be El Cantar. He'd be like, nope, that's not true.
It's a true story.
All right, no, I did not know that. Okay.
So Christian Jepsen, the Queen Jack here against the Ace Queen of Thomas Muehloecker, will stab in position. Obviously, Thomas Muehloecker not going anywhere on this flop. A lot of nasty turn could show up here, by the way.
I feel like these two keep battling, huh? They were number 1 and 2 in chips at some point. They no longer are. They've given that to the other two guys around them. Check call on the flop. Jepsen just kind of been bleeding downwards, right? This guy had 4 million chips at some point. Just keeps losing.
I don't think the moves that he tried were bad as well necessarily. It just was very unfortunate that he kept running into big hands.
Exactly. And sometimes like final tables just don't go your way. But he's not out, obviously. Let's go check. I think he's just like, man, I don't want to become a short stack. Preserve what he's got.
Thomas Muehloecker thinking about betting maybe? No, he just checks it. And I can't think that Christian Jepsen is going to stab, but sometimes, you know, a poker player is never as strong as when backed into a corner in Nanonoko, but no, he's just going to check it back.
All right. Ace jack, nothing. I wonder, like, well, actually, there's maybe a little something. We see a little Pepe, Ace X. Blind versus blind. Some people just go, like, I don't know what to do. I've got an ace. I'm just going to jam, but it's going to be a raise. Yeah. Jepsen obviously going to raise his hand for 22 big blind. And sometimes the ace-6 option goes for a limp jam here, thinking his opponent's making a move with some garbage. Sometimes he limp calls. He's never limp folding.
You know, every new hand, the first player I look at is Lil. I'm like, is that within his range? Now he had the 6-8 off. It was probably pretty close, but he just barely let it go. He'll be back.
Yeah, true. But ace-6 jams, ace-jack snap calls, and oh my god, little Pepe in trouble. Estonian. No 6.
Only shooting for a 6. It's a queen on the turn, 6.82% for little Pepe. He's a 6 badly, and he's not going to get it. Christian Jepsen gets a big hand here, almost at 3 million now after this. And Lil with a goodbye. Oh my god.
Done and dusted. It's a little Pepe out in 6th place, it looks like. Another guy who doesn't normally play these events with a bit of a deep run. And Jepsen, I was talking about how he wasn't doing so well. Back to 3 million, probably feeling pretty good about that. City in 2nd place. We got one more short stack to go.
Yeah, little Pepe, 84,000 here. Very nice payoff for him.
We're in the 100K zone now. If you do bust out next, you will get a guarantee 108K. Wow.
Okay, what is happening this hand?
I think so Jan's raised pre-flop, C-bet flop, got snap called by Queen Jack, and now Queen Jack now just leading. And it should work. Just Jan's is a little, wow, it doesn't work. Ace high is actually good.
I know Jans has less than pot left in his stack. Does Lil want to apply maximum pressure? I mean, oh, okay, so he doesn't go all in, but he bets a 3rd pot, which would leave Jans completely crippled if he were to lose this hand. Can he make the sick call? Because that would be an insane call here.
It's an impossible call. It's impossible, Todd. Queen Jack is playing this so sick. Targeting these weak hands, these ace highs. That's why he just goes a little small. Doesn't he bet too big? And he folds. Wow, this guy's so sick. He's next. His screen name looks like level to me. Like the one of those easy. He's next level. He's next level.
Huh. And he has a Venom photo as well. Very representative of the aggression.
It's funny because there's a guy that always plays Super Millions known as Archer Marty Rose and also has a Venom avatar, and Roddy hates it. He would love this guy though. I don't know, he's scared of it or something. He's a little wussy. I don't know, but like the Venoms are the crushers. Thomas Muehloecker, I don't think he's folding King Queen suited because he's seen this guy up to so much garbage. 3-betting Queen 8 suited, Queen 8 is it's not the best hand, but it's got the most firing power. Let's go
It's the one that
check.
feels like it's got potential more so than the king queen suited on this. I think Roddy doesn't like superhero movies. Like once upon a time, I told him, let's go watch Batman, like the Nolan one. I think it was the one with the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, no, I'm not going to watch Batman. I was like, why? He's like, yeah, because he flies around in a cape. It's silly. It's like, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah, it's
ooh,
like
we turn a flush draw here, Thomas Muehloecker.
yeah, nice spot where and level, whatever you want to call him. Bets. All right. So we know the king queen suited has to call here because it's got too many outs. Muehloecker is just hoping for a 10 spade, king or queen, of course.
Yeah, 10 would give them both the straight, but Thomas Muehloecker with a higher one. I mean, it's so expensive now.
Yeah, it is
right?
expensive.
Like 542k into 900.
It's just please hit my card. Please hit me. Thomas. I guess
Would you ever want to go all in here?
Yeah, that's what he's thinking about. He's wondering if he's got the fold equity against like a similar type hand, king, queen, queen 10. Just calls, hits it. Wow, it's actually pair on pair action, so potentially some value if the king, queen.
Well, little snap checked.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's a little bit worried. Thomas has the best hand. He might check just because Jans is super short and he doesn't want to accidentally lose all his chips. That's what he does. Scoops it.
A little funny loses a pot here. Don't you think you should never snap check like this? Like you should pretend it's like a decision, so you wait and then you check later. That's a big thing at the micro stakes. Nanonoko, believe it or not.
True. No, I don't fault what you're saying for sure. I think he was just thinking like, I just want to check, and I hope you do. I think that was it. Because he could have been beat with the queen 8. The queen 8 is often the best hand, but he could have been up against a king queen, a queen 10, and he was just hoping he goes, oh, check real fast. You don't think about it too. So it did reward him in that spot because no one lost any more chips.
Thomas Muehloecker completed his option, and Christian Jepson with the check, dominating with the king deuce off against queen deuce off. Nobody flops anything. Is this one of those rare check it down? Or are these guys too aggressive and too good to let that happen? Okay, probably not anymore. Too late now. You should have answered faster.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Big stacks, though, they generally don't fire too crazy against each other. My expectation is the 4 guys should play a little bit more snug until this Jans Arends is out, but Lilo is trying to take advantage of that and 3-betting all his garbage and opening crap. Queen deuce here should be able to find a value bet after he goes check down to the river. Hoping to get called by basically any worst pair out there.
We bet slightly less than 2 big blinds. And Jepson with king high. Unless he wants to make a move, that should be a fold.
Yeah, it's hard to make a move when the 5 rolls off, though. It's like, oh, am I really trying to represent 2 pairs?
I think Chitiri, he's had some interesting lines and hands, but he hasn't gotten too crazy. It's really Lil that's got all the momentum in the world, it feels now, right now, this table.
7-6 offsuit. It's all about playing against 3 other pros out there, and opening 7-6 offsuit first position. Like it's nothing.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be winning that one. Here he leads for half pots. Lil, unless he wants to make a move. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at this point. But no, he lets it go.
Okay.
Ooh, 2 pairs with ace king.
I'm just wondering, is there a chance they don't get all in? The reason I say, normally this is a snap all in for both guys. They are sitting on 40 big blinds effective. Yeah, Jans Arends sitting on 7. So I think there's a place where maybe this guy 3-bets and Muehloecker just calls. I also think Muehloecker could jam because technically he has got more chips than the other guy. So funny things could happen here.
Because next player to bust gets 108,000, and then after that, the fourth place will get 138. That's the 30K difference. You don't want to throw that out the window with a drawing hand, as they call it, with the ace
Drawing
king.
hand. A live fish saying, but there's the 4-bet. I love to see the ace. Oh, man, I'm just wondering, are you supposed to just call, or are you supposed to just jam? If you think your opponent's ever 4-bet bluffing, then yeah, you would jam, but he doesn't know that. Tricky spot of ace king, because like you said, the pay jump is getting quite juicy now, from 5th to 4th. It's different.
And Jans is probably watching this. He's like, let them fight. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Get it in.
Wow, folds
no.
ace king, the
Oh, he
same
disconnected.
hand.
He's sitting out. No?
No, I think he timed out or something.
Yeah, he timed out. Yeah, is what I mean.
I think he did intend to fold that hand, because I think he was just like, the pay jump is too likely to happen. Wow, so ace king, that is a crime. Absolutely.
You think that has to be a call at least, right?
Yeah, something just absolutely brutal. The ace king one. Here's
Oh,
ace 5
okay.
suited versus 9s. Call to card. So what do we got? Ho. Oh.
There was a flip on the turn, but with the jack on the turn now, 72% for Jans. So we're hoping for an ace or a diamond for Thomas Muehloecker. And no, Jans will get his double up and the L key few. It's still kind of short, even if it is 12 bigs.
Oh my god. Pocket fours. We got this side bet where oh, thank god. If Roddy says pocket fours always makes a set. So we have a side bet. He says you can pick any other pocket pair. We're gonna count how many sets throughout season 2 is gonna make us sets. So I was sweating it right there that he was gonna hit a set somewhere. And I've got pocket fives, and he is actually winning the side bet right now, but still. I did not like to see
How many?
It's only like 3-2 or something, because a lot of guys actually just open fold pocket four, so they don't see flops. So it's been a little bit underwhelming for both of us. Queens and eights, all in and call, I imagine, based on chip stacks. Got some trouble for Jans. Our shortest short.
I think he just has to. Here is just too short. Second stack is Chitiri. Just got.
He also has to, because he has 3 8s in his chip stack right now. Like, it's a sign, right?
But 8 is the lucky number in China, right?
Yeah, but he's not Chinese. That's the problem. So here we go. Queens versus 8s. Looking bad.
And it needs to spike an 8 and only an 8. It's close with a 9. Just one time. Can he hit his one? Does he want to use his one time now? Yeah, probably, because he's facing elimination. But no, he won't get it. And Jans will bust out in 5th for $108,000. Everybody else is guaranteed $138K.
All right, man. This has been a heated level. All the short stacks are officially out. We actually got a lot of poker to play here. If you look, the shortest stack is sitting on 35 big blinds, so a lot of room. Good run for Jans. He didn't really do much, I guess, but he outlasted the short stack battle, so he got 108K for his efforts here. But everyone now guaranteed 138,000. Instantly 3-bet 9-7 suited from Jepson.
Yeah, it's Thomas Muehloecker on the button. I'm sure these guys know each other pretty well. He's gonna get it through. Always nice, you know, when you do one of those 3-bets with one of those hands and then you get it through pretty quickly. It's always a sigh of relief.
You're basically like, please fold, please fold, please fold, please fold. And then
or
when
call and let me flop the nuts. One of the two. But that second one doesn't happen.
That's what happened when you see the call. You're like, oh, please hit me, right? But then, like, you're never like, call, please hit me the nuts. You're just like, please fold.
Deal with ace 4 off. Basically the nuts in the game for him. And he just checks. Flops the ace. Chitiri without really anything. He's gonna stab, thinking that because there was a check back, maybe there's not too many aces. But how wrong would it be in Nanonoko? He stabs very quickly. These are the two fast players. Look at how fast they are playing.
Yep, snap call. All right. This should be easy value bet. I wonder if King 5 potentially tries to call. Try to beat like busted clubs. Well, it's a big bet though. 522,000. There is a lot of busted draws. And this guy's crazy. I know it's fourth pair. I know it's not good, but I wouldn't fault him if he throws a call in somewhere. Because like what, 6? Yeah, he does call.
Wow.
Nicely played.
And that's Lil using his image here. The big bets.
Yeah.
Looked polarized. Chitiri fell for it. Sick. And he's back over 5 millions again.
He knows his image. He knows everyone knows his image. Chitiri, pocket nines. Bumps it up. Roddy's birthday here. 8558. It is true. He says it every single time. It's annoying. I have to live with it.
Roddy is a creature of habits. It's crazy. You know, like he once went to eat at like Subway sandwich for like months in a row, and his order is always the same. Like spicy Italian sandwich with the exact same sauce and condiments. Like for every meal, he could just have it every meal. He's fine with it. He never gets bored of it.
Yeah, a month straight? Are you kidding me?
So
We're talking
multiple
30
months,
days?
I think. Yeah, multiple months for every meal as well. Like we went to do an event in France to commentate StarCraft.
Mm-hmm.
It's France. Like there's a lot of good food. So I was like, oh, let's go hit up those restaurants. You know, I'll help you order and stuff. It's going to be great. He's like, no. Subway every meal, every day. Like, he's nuts, man. What is nuts?
That would tilt me so hard. I'm like, you're visiting my country. Like, I'm trying to, show you some good places, a good time, and you just want to eat a freaking Subway sandwich, which you can get in every country in the world. I'd be so triggered. I'd be like, you're not my friend. You go sleep somewhere else or whatever. Like, you're annoying.
Yeah, he just goes for the sure things he likes.
Pocket jacks.
Man, nobody has much.
Been a quick final table so far, based on eliminations. But at this point, I'm not expecting people to bust out quickly just because they're so deep. But you never know. These guys are kind of, well, mainly the guy on the top right. He's the crazy one.
What do you think about Deuce 3? How about that hand?
Oh yeah, obviously bad. But this A7 defend from the small blind, it's quite loose. Not closing the action. Check, turn 2 pair. A little diamond.
Is he thinking about leading? Maybe we see an unusual line sometimes from Chitiri.
Wouldn't fault him. Because, well, how else are you going to win the hand? But it looks like he's going to just try to get free cards. Queen 8's going to bet.
How much do you want to bet here?
I got to bet quite big. Yeah, I like this because of how drawy the board it is, right? Like any diamond, any 10, any 9, any ace, any king. Basically, a lot of these cards are just not really what you want to see. The more cards you don't...
you have position, does it... Maybe you could do a small bet as well, or you think it's just too dangerous? Like
you could put a smaller bet out there, but you don't really want to see call. It's like you don't know what to do on a lot of river cards. That's the thing. The more outs you're worried about, more cards you're worried about in a river, in theory, you probably want to be betting bigger in general, just to charge those hands. Set 6s.
And little snap check the flop. And yeah, we're gonna have a bet and a full deal. He slows down when he has to, it feels like, at times.
Yeah. He's a very pre-flop heavy player. Queens here. Obviously a nice premium holding, but no one's got anything. But like I always say, no one's got anything, and I forget, like, this guy Leo can just come out pumping randomly.
Have you ever played the 7 deuce game?
I have, for sure. I played a Velky. We were playing like a 25-50 game or something way back when, and yeah, we had the 7 deuce game, and then like
and for how much?
Quite a bit, because we were playing with like Daniel Negreanu and stuff like that, so we had to throw in, I'm gonna guess like $200 each or something. I don't really remember, but it adds up. But it feels
Yeah,
good
yeah.
when you win one. You feel like shit when they're just showing you 7 deuce all the time. Nice call
It
here.
probably changes the game a lot too.
It
Got
does.
that.
Like, because say normally people want to just kind of play tight and just fold some spots, right? Now you gotta be like, oh man, he could have the 7 deuce even with no connection. Wow, multi-barrel went in, ace deuce, literally nothing. Counterfeited though to king 6. He loved his hand. The river, he does not loving it so much anymore. And
It would
another
be hard to
bet.
put him on the 10. Oh, and he snaps. He just snaps. Lil, I was saying he slows down at the right time, but not this time here. Chitiri, happy to call on the river.
Yeah, his
It's a
opponent
big
put
pot.
too small of a bet on the river, Leo there. Like, he only bet like 200K into a million. Would love to see him put bigger if he was going to go for the bluff.
Oh my god.
Drilled it. He
And
just
he
leads up
leads.
though.
Well, actually, that's probably counterproductive against the deuces. Unless Thomas Muehloecker just gets leveled into like raising or something. But he won't. Do you think the 5 minutes time bank of Thomas Muehloecker is kind of low, or it's fine with 4 left?
It is kind of low, isn't it? Now that you say that. And like I said, these guys got a lot of chip stacks, so it could come into play. The other day, very recently, we seen a guy, I forget who it is now, but he had like 0 time bank, but still 3 or 4 hand. It ended up costing him the tournament. He made mistakes in the heads up and stuff like that. So it is important because when you get down to no time bank, you're left with about, I want to say 10 seconds to act on every street. So you won't have much time to think, or your hand is just checked or folded. So it could come into play. I know Thomas is capable of playing quickly, but he likes to be well calculated into his bet sizes and stuff like that. He won't be able to do that if he does run out of time bank. So as of right now, it's not a major concern. You kind of be more concerned when you got like 2 minutes left. You're like, oh shit, I might really get in that zone.
Lil checks the turn. We're gonna check back. It spikes the jack on the river. Obviously feels good after the way the turn played out. And does he even have value bet now on this board?
Tricky because it's hard to get called by worse, but then it seems like you got the best hand a lot because your opponent would bet a king himself. You're just trying to wait how often his opponent bets a king himself on a run out like this.
And you probably also have to factor in the fact that it's Lil and there is a chance he just re-raises you with junk.
True, because imagine you throw out 438K here, right? Like the guy just drips in 4.2 million. It's a play.
Yeah,
it's 100% a possibility.
That would be sick because I don't think Thomas Muehloecker could call, even though he's probably good enough to at least think about it a while.
Well, he's definitely good enough to realize his jack is good to value bet this sizing. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Called by the 4? That's 5th pair, isn't it, Todd? Or am I just seeing things?
A little trying to get a little too cute here. He didn't believe the sizing. Wow, okay. I thought it's either a fold or a raise, but he found the call. He thought that Thomas Muehloecker was full of it and didn't have anything.
New chip leader. He's falling apart, man. This guy had 5 million chips. Just losing some chips here and there. Thomas Muehloecker grinding. Very nice value bet on the river. Just second pair. Top kicker. 50% pot. That was good. Some good poker. 3-bet by King 5 offsuit because they know this guy's been opening 10 deuce offsuits and stuff already. 6-7 offsuits. Showing the 5. Wow, rubbing it in.
Ooh, all right, things have started getting a little crazy and kind of bad for Lil now. He's lost a lot of the momentum that he had, but he still has a very good stack, second in chips right now.
Yeah, things are heating up. Ace Queen going for a call. 6 is probably going to come along for the ride. Maybe even Ace 4.
Do you think the just call from Thomas Muehloecker is because Lil keeps opening and maybe was worried that either he has something now or he gets wild and he doesn't want to play a big pot with a second in chips?
Ace Queen's kind of one of those hands where it's fine to 3-bet, But if you get 4-bet, it's kind of a disaster, especially if, say, your opponent makes a move with 2 jacks and 2 tens, just get it in, and you kind of waste ace queen because you probably won't call a shove. So calling usually is better, especially with very deep stacks like this. It's not that he doesn't think he's got the best hand, but his opponent's kind of unpredictable right now.
Yeah. On this flop, Thomas Muehloecker has a gut shot. Looking for a 10, sixes, probably not too happy to be there. Chitiri has ace high, but Lil, he's got middle pair. And Chitiri is the one that's going to stab here with the ace of clubs on the 2 clubs board. Yeah, River's a blank with a 6 of hearts. Chitiri, does he want to continue? That would be very gutsy. And he
Wow.
will. That's half pots. Wow, Lil, it's such a tough decision for him. And we just saw him try to call down on the river against...
Yeah.
Was it half as well? Yeah, and be wrong.
So when you just call and wrong, you kind of don't want to. A lot of guys don't make the same mistake twice, right? Now he would have been correct. Jeez. And
in
that
Jetson
guy's
shows he would have had the vote.
The Shateri, he's been pretty solid too, so you don't really expect him to be bluffing how he's been playing lately. Gets like this is a lot of curveballs.
4 on the button, he's gonna let it go. Lil defends the king jack off. Second pair for Thomas Muehloecker. And Lil, I wonder if at this point he would love to maybe slow down things a bit, catch his breath because he's been literally in every pot, or if he's just happy to continue being very active. I mean, obviously this hand, it doesn't get anything, but it's still being extremely active. Do you believe in that at all? Like, let's say like you play a big tournament or cash game and then you lose like you have a big cooler or something. Do you think it's best to try and slow down up until you're sure that you're very calm and playing your best? Or do you think at this level it doesn't really matter? Well, even for somebody like Lil who's playing a far higher buy-in right now?
It's not supposed to matter, but people definitely think about this stuff with less experienced or less known players. They think they're vulnerable to these things, and it's probably true. I would say like if Muehloecker and Jepsen were playing, they probably wouldn't be thinking about that kind of thing as much. But wow, getting called by the ace-5 now. He's falling apart, right? Oh, 2.7 million chips. He's in last place. This guy was dominating. The thing is, whole cards are up, so they know he's up to no good, and it's starting to catch up.
He had over 5 million at some points. Now down to 2.6. Queen 2 suited, blind versus blinds. He's just gonna limp. And the 4th place finisher will get 138,000, but the 3rd place 177. So almost 40,000 difference. That's definitely worth waiting around for, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard though. I mean, this guy's blasting away with Queen Deuce. So he limp called, then just came out leading with absolutely nothing. Russian player, $100 satellite winner, doing things I cannot even imagine.
That would have to be a pretty crazy call, no? Or you think?
Heroic. It would be a heroic call.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, if you call here, you know that Lil has potential to keep firing, even if he has nothing. So that's what makes it so difficult. You have no really proper backdoor draw. You just really have 2 over if you're Thomas Muehloecker. So he lets it go. And Lily's aggression, it cost him a little bit not long ago, but now it starts paying off again.
Yeah. He's in it. He's just like, you know what? I put $100 in. I'm gonna try and win it. And if I don't, it's still a good day. 138,000.
Yeah, from $109. A ridiculous ROI for this guy. These satellites must be crazy. For $109? Like, do you think it was one satellite or one into another?
Oftentimes it is one into another, but don't quote me on that. Queen 8 check raise. This guy, he's getting crazy now too. Gets called, of course, by top pairs, but king rose off. Now he's checking.
He'll call pretty quickly as well. He's the one to fire the turn. GTR is probably dejected. He tried to make a move, gets called immediately, unless he wants to get crazy and then check raises now on the turn. I think he might just be
Double
letting
check
it go.
raise.
Yeah,
Nah.
let it go.
They call it there's a myth alleged. Oh, I'll tell you later. Anyways, 5-minute break. Great second hour. Third hour coming in soon.
Hi, I'm the new Daniel Negreanu, and I'm the old Daniel Negreanu. We both represent online poker sites, we both love Hold'em, I mean, we're basically the same person. Absolutely, man, I used to love watching you play, the way you would read people, call out their hands, and then of course call anyway. Oh, stop, I'm blushing. But old Daniel, man, I gotta ask, man, what's up with this look you got going on here? You tired or something? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired of all these freaking beats I've been taking. It's freaking ridiculous. Look at this motherfucking hand. This motherfucker's calling the freaking turn with this piece of hand. Freaking absurd. Whatever, I don't even know why I'm so upset. I mean, bad beats, they're just part of the game, right? I mean, they don't really have to be. You see that? I took a bad beat, then GG took care of some of my losses. Hashtag, thanks GG. You think maybe I could borrow that laptop and play a little while? No, definitely not. Just say GG to that site you're playing on over there. You just think you're so clever. Nope, just a good read. GG, poker star.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Radar hold stings. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best. Welcome back, Super Millions fan, GG fans. Down to 4. Satellite players going crazy. Obviously, I'm talking about the Russian on top right, Leo. He actually satellited $100, apparently into a 1K satellite. Then he took the 1K into this 10K. So he's been going crazy. He had 5 million chips. Now he's down swinging. Now he's back up a little bit. Pocket Force
back in
does not
second
make a set.
place. Back in second place, chip-wise, we got Christian Jepsen and Chitiri. They're in a hand right now. They've got the 2 lower stacks, even though they got plenty of big blinds to play with, but they're about even. There's always a chance, something crazy could happen, but that's probably not going to be the hands that it happens on.
All 4 guys pretty much have a very similar stack. So it could be anyone's game. The big pros, Thomas Muehloecker, I would say the biggest name remaining of these 4 guys. Part of No Limit Gaming. Just crushes. Apparently Todd does some No Limit Gaming streaming for Warcraft. Warcraft 3, right? We're not playing Warcraft 2, are we?
No, it's Warcraft 3, yeah. Warcraft 2 is a little old. I mean, Warcraft 3 is old, but yeah, Warcraft 2, that would be next level.
So Warcraft 2 is equivalent to StarCraft 1, or Warcraft 1 equivalent to StarCraft 1? Which one would you say?
Probably Warcraft 2, because it's like 2D and like really old graphics and stuff, whereas Warcraft 3 is actually in 3D.
I played Warcraft 2 and 1 maybe, and then I played StarCraft Brood War, but nothing. Did not get into the 3s and stuff like that.
Were you good?
No, piece of shit. I would 6 pool. Pretty much all I do is just six pool. If I didn't win, well, I know how the game's going to turn out. It's only a 5-minute game, and then I'm out. Just try to do it to everybody.
I once won a map against Elke in a tournament in France with one of those Zergling rushes. Early pull, boom, went for it.
Yeah.
And then there was the ultimate mind game, because I think it was like map 3. I was thinking about doing it again. I was like, nah, for sure it's going to be ready. And then he did a greedy build, so he was sure I wasn't going to do it again, and he was right, and then he just crushed me.
You should have did it.
Guy.
Should have got him.
He always had the perfect reads back then, even before playing poker.
I like I personally do like Terran a lot, but I know it's like super hard micromanagement, at least for Brood War. It was just like, this is something I love to do, but I can't play. My hands say no.
Yeah. It's super hard. Like, you stop playing for like a week or 2, you just feel so rusty and stuff. Like, your mechanics, like all your clicks feel like they're missing.
I super love Brood War too, because I was staying up all night. Like when I'm in high school, my mom thinks I'm sleeping, but I'm playing Brood War like up all night and like going to school.
Oh, descent is crazy.
Bet, check raise. Hits.
We got a straight against what was a flush draw plus a pair, and Lil actually missed, and he called a check raise.
Yeah, I went for it. Not going to get any more action here, I imagine, but still, big pot, lost 1 million chips. Leo.
How do you know not any more action? It's time to put on the pressure, Lil. Let's go. No, I don't think he would have much full liquidity here.
True. Did get some. Wow, new chip leader.
Yeah. Chitiri for the first time.
Chitiri. I like the way you say it, Chitiri. Yeah, that's pretty good. Probably wrong, but I like the way.
Avengers, like the Chitauri army. You know that?
Who is a Chitauri army? I'm trying to think.
It's like in the Battle of New York, they are like the aliens that come with Loki to like attack New York.
Literally the first Avengers movie, you're saying?
Yeah, the one where they're just fighting in New York against like Loki and the army that comes from another dimension.
I didn't know what that was called. I guess Roddy would have literally no idea since he doesn't watch superhero movies.
Roddy would be like, "Why are you talking Indian, bro?" Like,
okay, wow. Action's real heated here, because look at C-bet of King 10 and 7-5 is actually check raising. Very, very surprising, but it works.
He's not slowing down. That's the craziest part. I feel like a lot of players, they would have been happy with the success they've had being this aggro, but Lil, I mean, that's part of what makes him get paid as well, right? Is how active he's been, and people know that he can show up with completely random hands. Hey, our favorite level is coming up later. 100K big blinds.
You know what I'm thinking too? Part of me is thinking this Leo guy, he maybe he's a fan of the Super Millions. watched Adamo crush so many times because every time Adamo plays, he plays really crazy like this too. Got inspired. It's like, well, you know, it's one of my favorite players. I'm gonna do the same stuff he does, and he's doing it really well. And maybe he carried into his other tournaments where he normally plays are smaller and just crushing. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think what is up with this guy, or maybe he's just next level.
No, I agree. Like some of the moves, or like the way he's played, is a little bit reminiscent of how Adamo played. Also, in some of his previous
Maybe.
final tables.
How about this plot twist? Adamo learned from this guy.
The secret master that nobody knew of. Yeah, sounds like you never know. Adamo's been crushing it, by the way, right? At the series, I think didn't he win 2 bracelets or something?
I don't think he won 2. He won the big one, like a 50K or 100.
Yeah.
I can't remember the buy-in, right? He won that one, but not before that. He won multiple tournaments. He won like $5 million in a span of like 1 to 2 weeks. He won like US Poker Open tournaments. He won the Super High Roller Bowl 250K for like 3 million. Like, just he's probably won more than 5 million now that I think about it. It's just absolute sicko. But that means the Super Millions is really soft because he's not allowed to enter right now. You know, I mean, he's busy playing these bigger buy-ins elsewhere. So, you know, like, now's the time, Todd, for you to get in that $100 satellite, turn it into $1,000 satellite, turn it to 10K. Just be like this guy, Leo, up here at the top right.
I wish, dude. I'm so bad at satellites, actually.
Nah, I'm not into that satellite stuff either. Ace Queen. He's probably going to raise this up for all the chips. I didn't see that one coming, but I knew it was going to go pump it up.
That's a lot.
Yeah, just close it down.
I guess he knows, like, Chitieri wouldn't be trapping very often. Imagine if Chitieri had been trapping. Oh my god, that would have been just insane.
Yeah, but the truth is he's not, right? Like, he 3-bet Ace King earlier, so I mean, I don't think he's going to just start trapping as a chip leader all of a sudden.
Or 8 off. Do you want to do it?
4x. My god. I was like, maybe you can just get away with a limp, get it a free flop, right? No. Absolute opposite.
That big blind of Thomas Muehloecker is never safe. Even against the 4-8 off. And he's going to call it with the king 2 suited. And it has to. And he flops top pair against the bottom pair of Lil. It's all going in, isn't it?
Well, chips are flying in. Call should be coming in shortly. Leo needs to hit a 4 and 8. Maybe an ace to scare his opponent. But he's not looking good because even if some scary cards come off, Muehloecker might not fold. Obviously, he's never folding with King Deuce, top and bottom.
Lil will finally slow down on the blank, what's supposed to be a blank of a turn, but actually hits Thomas Muehloecker pretty well. Thomas Muehloecker, does he want to bet? I mean, there is quite a few draws. There's a flush draw, some possible straight draw. But then how much is the right amount here? You probably want to bet big, right?
No, it's a big bet. Man, the pair of 4s, like, I'd be folding this, but like, he's been pretty suspicious. To be fair, there are a lot of draws, but like, you still got to worry about that river bet that could come. So I think that's why he lays it down.
Yeah.
Ace Jack.
Thomas Muehloecker, almost the same stack now as Chitieri. Christian Jepson, actually the shortest stack at the table. Your pick. Nanonoko is in danger.
Yeah, short. Could be better. It's all good. Your pick's already done and dusted a long time ago.
Yeah, but he made a lot more money than everybody else.
True.
Gonna find a defense with rags here.
All right, come on, pocket 5s. Let's make a set so I can beat Roddy in that leaderboard. Come on. Let's go. Oh, God damn it.
The 4-2 to Roddy.
Yeah, freaking pissed. I'm pissed, Todd. Super pissed. Oh, it doesn't have to be on a flop. We put $500 on the line. Basically, whoever hits more sets by the end of the season. So it's a long bet, but it could happen. But we actually, our other side bet is we pick winners, and then we get points based on the odds that were given at the very start. So like if my Jepsen wins, I get like 3 points, 2.95, and if his Muehloecker wins, he gets like 4.95 points or something. And we have a leaderboard, and basically whoever has the most points by the end of season 2 will do $1,000. Wow, we do have $1,000 bet on that one. Kings or $500 actually. I think I can't remember anymore. But look, 3-bet, 4-bet, ace-9 just lost a lot of chips here.
Yeah, so Lil thinking about it, I was like, oh, that would be a bad moment. So it's button raise. Can't fault him here. He has an ace in a small blind, but yeah, that was the worst moments. Chitiri even, I think he bet after that really, really quickly. Wasn't even really a decision.
Okay.
6s in the small blind for Thomas Muehloecker. Ace deuce in the big blind for Christian Jepsen. Some potential for action.
Potentially a huge spot. Like Muehloecker might just ship this in 25 big blinds. He is. If sevens can make this call, he would get a huge double likely. But it's almost 30 big blinds in there, right? 8 big blinds at 80,000. It's a big shove to call 2 sevens.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And to be fair, 2 8s would make the same exact play. Obviously, 2 big cards, ace, king, ace, queen would do this too. Ace, jack, king, queen. So sevens, he's actually in a rare spot where he's ahead. Oh, he folds the best hand. Disaster.
I can't fault him because Christian Jepsen is shorter than Lil,
Yeah.
so there is some ICM implications. Obviously, the pay jumps, we mentioned them. It's 39,000 more for third place. So, if he busts here, let's say he calls, there's like he's flipping, or there's a better hand for Thomas Muehloecker, then that's potentially 30K is throwing away. Or
And
a guy
also,
that bet it in for $109. Of course, it's a lot of money.
Also, Leo, he came from 5 million down to 2 million. Like a part of you, a glimpse comes up. Like right when you're about to die, you're like, am I really going out right now? Like after I had 5 million chips, no one else is busted. He might be like, sigh fold. Like say if he had 7 million chips, he'd probably like, you know what? Let's go, let's call. Right? But here he's just like not feeling so hot. Like, wow, that could be a tournament defining moment. I'll tell you that, right? Because obviously Muehloecker still got the chip lead. Leo could have been a massive stack. But it was a
Would
tough,
you have called
spot.
that with the sevens?
I don't think I would either. So I don't fault him.
Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to call. I could be wrong.
Maybe if he had been like way shorter.
He needed about 20 big blinds effective to kind of just be like, all right, let's go. More than that, it gets more and more of a fold as you trickle upwards.
GTR, is he thinking about opening? Nope. He's gonna let it go. King 7 off. Lil, that's gonna be the easiest open of his life here with the ace king off. Does Christian want to defend?
Kinda, but kinda not really. Also, like I can really see it going either way. It is the type of cards where your opponent isn't gonna have, and you are connected, and you do flop open-ended against top pair, top kicker. Todd, we got some potential action coming in. 8 or 3 rows off, full double coming.
And Lil bets 1 big blind. I mean, that's the perfect spot to just call, or I mean, you have to think about a raise always, I'm sure too.
You could raise, but I like calling just because I'm not looking to get in 20 big blinds right now with just open-ended straight draw. So I don't mind his call. But unfortunately also, if his opponent bets again now you don't even get to see a river card because you don't want to be calling with just 5 high, even with open-ended.
It's too expensive proportionally to his stack size, I guess.
Exactly. And you just got 5 high, no showdown value. You just literally need to hit your hand to win, and that's not what you want to do. You want to be betting in those situations rather than calling down, especially out of position.
Do you think Lil could have maybe sized down on the turn?
He could have, but I don't really see a fault in his sizing. Yeah, I think it's okay. He could have sized up on the flop, but a little bit more likely than sized down on the turn.
The famous one big blind. The min bets. Everybody likes this, right?
No one likes it, okay? That's the truth. But people do it. But no one likes seeing it.
It's like the min open in cash game.
Yeah, oh, especially a live cash game. That's got to trigger people so hard. Like min open online, like it's pretty normal. You'll see it a lot, but in live, like you'll get looks from everyone across the table. You know, Uncle Johnny with a beer in his hands, like what kind of wussy raise is that?
Because live, the standard open is 5x too, without anyone being in yet.
Exactly, like mini raise, you might as well limp. All right, so check down to the river, and look at this. Bet the check raise practically min from Chatur. Oh my god. Oh my beautiful play. Yes, he had the best hand, but obviously that was a bluff.
Imagine Thomas Muehloecker seeing this hand later on the stream, like after a long time after it happens. It's just gonna be like in disbelief, I think.
He's probably, I can't believe it.
Jepson rips it. It's our favorite level. 100K,
yes.
So that was 14 bigs. About King 10 off gets it through. Can we stay on this level?
We've got about like what 15 hands before we don't know what the stack sizes are anymore again. But here we're feeling good. Queen 10. Top pair.
We've seen Lil stab a lot in general, and even in this kind of hands here, after he limps, he was right to do the last time, but I think this time it's not going to go nearly as well. I can top pair after Muehloecker. Just 3-bets it immediately.
Oh my god, no. God, the min 3-bet flop with just jack high. You know, sometimes you just got to calm down. You know, like, yeah, maybe your opponent's making a move on you, but like, you don't got to try to win every single one, right? But
it's so crazy. What is he repping? He limped. I guess 3-4 or something. Like 3-4.
He's also wondering what his opponent is repping. Yeah. He doesn't expect his opponent to raise a queen too often. That's why the raise with the queen is genius, because his opponent doesn't expect it. Thomas calls. He's not looking to fold, I'll tell you that. But just thinks this is the best chance to get more chips from his opponent. And also see what's up.
Yeah, Lil just refusing to slow down. Like few hands here and there he did, but now he's back to full aggression. He does check the turn. Muehloecker, this is so tricky as well. Like, why would you ever put Lil on here? It's really hard to read. Like, what hand would ever do this? And he just goes for about a quarter, slightly less than a quarter.
A third, okay, a third. Come on.
Oh yeah, a third. I think actually that was the right amount to maybe shove on the river after that.
Yeah, I think you're about right. Casual 8-7 offsuit open from the guy I least expect it from.
I think Lil probably thought that a queen wouldn't re-raise, like a weak queen or a medium queen wouldn't re-raise the flop as well. It just like leveled each other, but yeah, Lil shut down at the right time because I think he was going to lose it all if he had continued.
Yeah, that's a good thing about poker. Like, you can do these like random off plays a little bit to kind of confuse your opponent who are expecting more standard plays. King 10, mid pair, 15 big blinds. He sees a huge bet because this is just how Chatur just plays, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't even know what to do with King 10. He's like, am I really committing second pair here? All my chips? Do I call? Do I fold? Do I go all in? Really doesn't know.
He has to think hard about it. Whereas Chitiri is only thinking about the Muehloecker series coming up. He's like, I want that 300K so I can fire everything. Any bullets.
Good reminder. I should be... I need to talk about that more. Muehloecker series coming up. November 14 to 28. $5 million guaranteed throughout the series. Bunch of Omaha tournaments. You can see from Sasha playing that, Jay Nandez. Arati will definitely be playing that because he's a PLO lover, although he loves 5-card PLO lately. Check that out. That's in the GG client, I'm sure, real soon. Already is, possibly. And if you love PLO, you gotta love GG, because usually most sites don't really, other sites out there don't run PLO series. So I like that they are innovative in that sense.
Yeah. Maybe a chance for you to play with your idol Roddy, because as you mentioned, he's definitely going to be in there.
Yeah, I have to admit he's probably better at PLO than me. It's something I don't want to, but sometimes the facts are facts.
Well, you don't play it at all, almost.
Yeah,
Like he
to be
plays it every
fair.
weekend.
If I started playing it, yeah, I'd be better than him probably. But I'll give him that.
Also,
So-
Roddy, like he's very aggro, bit of a degen.
Degen is just absolutely correct. I'll tell you that. Wants to bet on everything. Two guys with 5 million chips. Very big separation. Obviously, one guy 1.7, 1.3, not so good. Who's out next, in your opinion? Jepsen level? Leo's more likely, just given his chips, how he moves chips, but he's also more likely to be the chip leader and run away with it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't
Can't
know. I'm
be the
not
other two guys.
superstitious, but I feel like Jepsen has no momentum right now. He can't get anything going. So I fear like he might be the next casualty here.
Does feel that
Also,
way.
his
Oh,
stack
ace
doesn't
king
help.
and 2/8s though. Look at this.
Ooh.
Some big hands. Could be some action actually. We know the ace king suit is going to 3-bet. 2/8s can probably call and see if good call. Probably they're playing 50 big blinds. Oh wow, just called. Okay, interesting.
Proceed with caution here. The two big stacks.
Check, check. Big bet. Whew. 2/8s here is actually a tricky spot. Up against
Yeah.
bigger sizing. Got a straight draw, but 2 overs. If his opponent has a draw, has a lot of outs. Still makes the call. Good call. Another bet, half pot. What? Okay, man, what does
And
he
yeah,
beat?
Very quick bet again. So Chiteri was probably already thinking about all the rivers that could fall and what he would bet for what amounts.
Yeah,
But he beats a
Terry.
bluff.
Yeah, so he beats like 2 diamonds and a king, queen, queen 9. Does beat a reasonable amount of hands, but loses to a lot of hands.
Yeah. It was a
I
big
think he-
blind defense, right? It's like it's
Yeah.
like the range is so wide of what Chiteri would ever have here.
So what Muehloecker's actually thinking is, okay, you bet pretty big, 75% on a turn. But why are you still betting when the 10 hits? Shouldn't you be a little bit worried if you have a jack? And he should be, right? Because Muehloecker could have a 10 himself, but play this way. Wow,
Oh, he
great call
finds the
from
call.
2/8s. Nice. The master at work.
I think you broke it down perfectly. It was just
Yeah.
going through a lot of the hands that they could be there, and it was like this doesn't really add up. So he ends up calling,
Yeah.
and he's correct. Chitiri falls back to 4 million, whereas Thomas Muehloecker is up to 6.3 now, with two shorter stacks being around slightly above 1 million. And Roddy's pick is in the chip lead.
Roddy doesn't show up, and his guy's the chip leader. Are you kidding me? Stop tilting me. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting exasperated, man. My guy's sitting on 1 million chips. Hasn't won a hand. 10-3 suited though. Taking his sweet time.
Yeah, Christian Jepsen hasn't been getting too many cards as of late. It's like didn't get much going. I mean, it hasn't stopped Lil. It's not like he's been getting a lot of cards himself. He's definitely got a few, but he's just played everything that he's got. And Chitiri having a bit of connectivity issues. He's running out of time bank as well, right?
I think this time bank you're seeing here is like a disconnection time bank, so it's a
okay.
separate one. Yeah, I don't know. This triggers the shit out of Roddy. He's like, well, how do these guys still play on Wi-Fi? Why can't they get a good internet connection? Because obviously they're
right.
playing for so much money. He's like,
Yeah.
you guys, there's guys with like no money playing StarCraft and Warcraft. They have like double internet connections to make sure they don't get disconnected, you know? Like, it's true though. It absolutely is true.
Yeah. It's crazy, like final table of a 10K. Like that's the moment to, you know, go to a friend who's got like optical fiber or something. Like you don't want to disconnect out of that one.
Yeah, this is brutal. Didn't even see his cards. That's how fast his sit out went. I'd love to see these guys at least take a little bit extra time bank here, and at least a free allotted time bank to make some action. Give him a little bit extra time to think.
And he had over
Snap it.
4 million left, so it's not like he's gonna blind out up until he has nothing.
But it does hurt when you're playing forehand because it goes a lot quicker than say nine-handed or something.
Muehloecker, does he take the spot here, seeing that Chitiri is sitting out in the big blinds? Jack 6 off.
He should be opening. I think he feels a little dirty, but he's still gonna do it.
Oh, and Chitiri connects. It's again. Christian Jepson sees that. I think he might have played. Oh, he actually
Because this is not normal. This shouldn't happen. The Jack 6 offsuit getting punished because he tried to steal a guy's big blind sitting out. He made it 4.5 big blinds, committed to the call now. Absolutely brutal, but funny. Love to see it, actually. I would like to see this King 10 hold. Punish this Muehloecker. Because I don't think Muehloecker would have opened if his opponent was sitting out. King 10's
Christian
good.
Jepson will get the double. Lil shows his hand. Oh, things got really interesting all of a sudden. That didn't hurt Thomas Muehloecker too bad just because he had so much chips and Christian Jepson had so few in comparison, but it lost maybe slightly less than a milli or something.
Yeah, it was very interesting the way it played out too, because he made like 4.5 big blinds, where it's like trying to stop Jetson from making a move. You know, he could have min raised, he could have just folded. Like, yeah, interesting. Obviously, these funny dynamics do show up. 2 kings here. I love the limp. You're playing 20 big blinds, blind versus blind. You need some action. Hoping your opponent raises. What a hand like deuce 7. He does.
Wow.
Baited. You were talking about the 7 deuce game, weren't you? Here it is.
Yeah. I don't think they're playing it, but yeah, Thomas Muehloecker. I think he noticed that Lil was limping quite a bit. But usually he called a decent amount of time as well. And sometimes even played back bet. This is... You have to think Thomas Muehloecker is going to shut down here. This would be a terrible time to tilt and go all in.
You also mentioned this before too, that Muehloecker, should he be worried with 5 minutes? Dude, he's sitting on 57 seconds and we still 4-handed. Maybe he should start to get worried.
Wow. It's been taking a long time to take some of those decisions. Flush draw for Lil. Not much for Jepson. In 6 hands, Nanonoko, we move up the blinds.
6 hands, I'm out. I'm like, all right. I'm not going to talk about stack sizes no more. I'll tell you that.
Raise with the Jack 6 suited on the button. Jack 10 off is going to defend. They both flop a pair. And Chitiri actually leads out for half pot here on 10-6 tray. You have to at least call, and he turns trips here, Thomas Muehloecker, and immediate half pot bet here from Chitiri on the turn as well. Thomas Muehloecker is in heaven right now.
Oh my god, Chitiri is in... They both had 5 million chips at one point. He's going to lose more chips. He's going to become one of the short stacks potentially, right?
Yeah. If Thomas Muehloecker calls and Chitiri does the same thing, okay, he's not going to...
Raise.
If you would bet half on the river, that would be $1 million. But yeah, now there's the re-raise.
There's 2 flush draws out there. A 6 is just an unlikely card you expect your opponent to... Hey, jams all in! Chitiri is going to be... potentially... he's out of this tournament! He needs a 10.
10 and a 10 only for Chitiri to stay alive. Otherwise, Thomas Muehloecker will be the massive chip leader. It's not a 10, and Chitiri busts out in 4th place, $138,000. Thomas Muehloecker with almost 9 million. And everybody else at the table, everybody's guaranteed $177,000 here.
Chatiri is out, Todd. Are you serious? Wasn't him and Muehloecker sitting on 5 million chips? Like I was saying, who's going to be out next? I didn't say Chatiri. I said Jepsen or Lee. Insane.
Jepsen and Lil, they were probably watching this hand at the edge of their seat. Come on, please, one of you get out. And they get it. That's one that's going to haunt Chatiri here after the way this went down. But I think it comes down to it was a button raise against big blind defense. He was like, oh, you're not supposed to have that many sixes, probably. And there were so many draws. There was 2 flush draws. There was straight draws. So he's like, all right, he's doing this with a draw. Went for it. It was wrong.
Yeah, and he saw Muehloecker earlier make some crazy bluff, you know? Like, wow, sick though, man. So yeah, they've got that 177K locked up. 50K if they can outlast another guy right now. And it's going to be a race between Jepsen and Leo, just trying to see who's going to bust out first. It's a huge pay jump. Muehloecker, all of the chips. Roddy's pick is the chip leader right now. Didn't even show up to the stream. Sick. He looks like he's going to run away with it.
You know, I didn't pick Muehloecker because Roddy already picked him. By the way, that would have been my pick most likely.
I would have told them Muehloecker too, but Roddy, see, he gets first pick on the episode, this episode. So I was like, all right, I know he's gonna pick Muehloecker, so I'm like, all right, Jepsen. But my God, I'm getting triggered. And pocket tens, this was the start for him. Remember, pocket tens was the hand to double him up right away. How he's back with the roots.
Luckily for him, it's not going to be the end here as he gets this one through with the 3-bet. King 10 next hand opens immediately. Thomas Muehloecker is probably looking at his stacks. He's like, all right, like I know exactly what to do here. I've been there 1,000 times. What do you think would be the odds of Thomas Muehloecker just winning here from this position? These 2 stacks.
Yeah. I'm not the best of odds, but I can tell you it's insanely likely. Especially with this kind of chip distribution, because the other 2 guys really have to play really tight. So you can see Jack 3 suited just ripping it in there, right? Despite the big blind, just because they can't call. They can't even call with hands that they probably would consider calling, like King Queens. They just got to go in the muck. It's a race. It looks free chips. 7 deuce walking.
I went back to check the final betting line on Thomas Muehloecker was 4.6. And about 106 people bet on him. I'm sure they're here in the chat watching, rooting hard for him to finish the 2 short stacks off.
No Limit Gaming. Doing good. King 6 suit going to rip it in. I'm pretty sure. He was jamming earlier hands. Yep. Just going to keep the pressure up. 10. Always over 10 million. Well, with the big blind.
Oh no, it happened. Nanonoko. I just don't know anything anymore from this point onward.
Well, the good thing is we know one guy has all the chips and 2 guys don't. So maybe that makes things simplified.
By the way, Thomas Muehloecker not going to the series because like the border to the United States just reopened on Monday, right? Yesterday. So a lot of Europeans that hadn't gone yet, they went to play the main event. Him staying at home, that was a good choice.
Yeah, if you told me I'm going to win $300,000 by not going to series, or I can play the main event, I'll take the 300K. Yeah, maybe I could win $1 million or $2 million, but like, that's so unlikely.
Yeah. Opens the 6-7 off here, so he's applying max pressure to the 2 about even stacks here. They're very close together, Christian Jepsen and Lil. And the pay jump, so massive, right? It's 50K from 3rd to 2nd place.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to hit the next level real soon. Everyone's just folding. Ace-8 suited, probably going to rip it in. Ship it. Practically.
Yeah, this system is better, right, by hand than having a timer. Because there's so much time sometimes that passes.
It's fair. It's more fair, too, because it's always the same amount of hands every level.
Ace-3 off. Christian Jepsen, the small blind is just gonna rip it. Lil finds the fold. Ace-7 good enough, Nanonoko?
100%. That's a rip.
Where does he bet that?
You put in half your stack because if Level goes in, Leo goes in, and the other guy goes on, then you can fold your hand. So you're basically like going all in, but you're not going all in because you would want to fold to try to get the 50k pay jump is worth more than you getting in three-way, probably losing.
Oh wow, I completely didn't think of that. These guys are pretty smart.
These guys find the every edge they can find. Yeah.
If you're Thomas Muehloecker, do you wanna maybe stop applying pressure hand now because they're so short, or do you still think it's okay, like depending on what hands you get for the stack that they got?
So the closer the stack of the two other guys, the more you can keep the pressure on. Basically, because they have incentive to try to just outlast each other. If it was, say, hypothetically, Leo gets 3 million chips and Jepson's got 1.4 million, well, then Jepson's going to be a little bit more willing to call off, so you might make a little bit less plays on him.
I see. Lil will lose the spot here, so still pretty close to Jepson's stack.
Interesting limp here because he's sitting so short. I guess he was
it
like,
almost looks like a trap, right?
It does look like a trap. He was also thinking like, I don't want to raise and fold. I don't want to jam because it's 9-8 suited. So he's like, well, I've left with call because I also don't want to fold.
And everyone gets a little piece of that flop here. Thomas Muehloecker will bet pretty small. Oh, and he turns the flush draw here. Lil might all be going in unless he just wants to call another bet. If Thomas Muehloecker was even to just bet, he's just got a gut shot.
I think Muehloecker might be scared though. He's like, okay, this guy limped the button, still called a flop bet. Wow, he's gonna bet again.
His time bank keeps going lower and lower, by the way. 18 seconds.
Hits the flush. Leo has a chance to get a full double if Muehloecker wants to keep bluffing. Told the story on flop, told the story on the turn. Ace is a scary card for a button limp on this board run out and still calling down. Muehloecker's got some kind of blockers to straights, blockers to flushes. Goes for it. Another double for Leo against Muehloecker with a flush. It was also spades. Nice.
Jepson now the one in the hot zone. Got exactly 10 big blinds. Have to go for some all-ins here to try and get his own double. Wow, Lil just reshoves ace-5. Is that matter?
A little bit aggressive, I won't lie, given the stack size situation.
I expected a defense, not a reshove here for his stack size. Yeah. Thomas Muehloecker is really wary now of those limps from Lil as well, because they've had so many blind versus blind hands where there's been limp re-raise, limp call into lead. Lil with the jack, second pair. Thomas Muehloecker missed. Does he want to stab? He's got 7 seconds left on his time bank. And he's still thinking. He's going to stab big. He overbets. Snap call from Lil. Oh my God. And Lil just has a gigantic stack now compared to just 2 minutes ago. Almost 5 millions, 4.7 millions. I can't believe he didn't even think about it. He just had already decided. He was like, for almost any amount, I'll just call. He was the overbet, and he's like, I call.
Yeah, it makes your overbet feel hella dumb now, right? You're like, well, I could have bet less and got the same effect, because apparently he had no respect for any size I put out there.
I was starting to lose hope for Lil. You know, he had lost so much momentum, but now he's really building back up. And in the previous final table that I commentated, remember, it was the high troller that was doing well. Then he wasn't doing so well when RotterdaM08 really started getting super far ahead. But then he came back and won the whole thing. Perhaps a similar story here for Lil if he keeps up with his success.
All right, ace queen suited. I'm gonna pump it up. Question is how much? He's got like no time bank. He's like, all right, click some button. Keep on clicking up. All right, that looks like a big amount.
And Lil will let it go. Christian Jepson needs to get a hand very soon here. It's getting shorter and shorter.
This one he can go with. Yeah, I think so. Muehloecker will open anything on the button in this situation.
Muehloecker has 2 seconds on his clock. That means he's been tanking so much more than everybody else, or like taking his time with his decisions. That means he's going to have to play way faster from now. Oh my god. Queen 10 against ace 3 off. The ace 3 off in the lead on the flop, but the flush draw, Queen 9, 10 or spade for Thomas Muehloecker here to eliminate Christian Jepson.
Wow.
He doesn't hit any of them. Christian Jepson with the full double, 2 millions.
How'd he fade that, dude? He could have hit any card. 5, 9, 10, queen, spade. All missed. Jepson still in it. My pick to win.
The famous too many outs.
Yeah, I know. Really was. I'm actually shocked he didn't hit that one. 9-5 offsuit. Leo's got king queen. Limp jams it in. He is not scared. 30 something big blinds straight in.
Yeah, Thomas Muehloecker had 10 millions a second ago, and he's definitely been a downward trend here, as Lil is almost fully caught up to him. Ace Jack. It's ace 8 here. That should be a re-raise. It's a shove. Lil snaps with the ace 8 off. He covers Christian Jepson, but that would be a big double for Jepson here. Immediately after he got the previous one, 88% on the turn. We need an 8 and an 8 only for Lil to win this. And Jepson, he had 1 million a second ago. He's back to above 4 million, and now it's Lil who's lower than 3 millions.
Yeah, super sick, man. This guy looked like he was going to be out, guaranteed. And actually, Muehloecker is not even that far ahead, too.
Lil not going to get crazy on this flop with absolutely nothing. He's back to being the shorter stack now. Ace Jack suited for Jepson, not much for anybody else. Do you defend here the Queen 7 off?
Yeah, I think so. It's enough of a hand. You can get things like this to happen.
That 2 seconds time bank scares me.
Yeah, you get 5 seconds, and then the time bank starts. But then if you had 0, you get 5 more seconds.
Yeah, but some decisions are like really tough. You did way more than your 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Knowing that you only have 2 seconds extra is scary.
But I mean, that's your own fault, right?
Yeah. I'm not playing as fast as Chitiri or Lil. Look at Lil's time bank, 9 minutes 24. Thomas Muehloecker, but I think he give you some of that.
He plays really fast considering the moves he's been making too.
We've seen some very thin bluff catching attempts on the river, but I can't think this would be one of them. Even though it is a bluff, right? Queen 7 off here, betting this big on the river.
It's value, looks like. Ace Jack,
Yeah.
a lot of draws out there. Huh. Interesting.
What's your guess, Nanonoko? Is he going to call or not?
I don't know. Hard to say, but I can see why he would call. Like, 'cause, you know, so many straight on the flush. But I think he was just like, I'm getting leveled here.
Muehloecker back above 7 millions. Jacks and Ace King suited. All right, we're about to have some action here.
Yeah, this is all in call, right? Jackson Ace King.
I love that little limp with Ace King suited. He limp shoves the button with Ace King suited and he's against Jacks.
He's at risk. God. You tell me Jepsen? Oh my gosh, Jepsen gonna go from 1 million up to 6 million and knock out Leo? He does. So a satellite winner, $100 to 177K. Well done, man. He was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Hope to see this guy in more of these. Really, really great play. Didn't play scared at all, and big payday, 177K from a 109, as you said. That's something you can brag about to your friends, unlike most of the brags that Roddy goes for. Friends.
Yeah, super, super sick. All right, well, we're down to heads up between the guy who started the final table in number 1, Jepsen, the guy who started in number 2, or number 3 or 2. I think it was 2 for Muehloecker.
Yeah.
No, it was 3. It was one. It was top 3. All right, and it's actually my pick versus Roddy's pick for our little side bet. And these two guys actually struggled at some point in the tournament when Chiturli or whatever, and Leo were crushing. But somehow they're back and they're even. To the match cup. And one guy, no time bank versus a guy with a lot of time bank.
Do you think
is it going to bite?
Do you think it could be a long heads up? Or because of the stack sizes, usually it's pretty fast in this position?
It should be long, but these guys play big pots, so it could be pretty quick. But it's funny because maybe you know the guy. Oh, I'll finish after in a second. Hold on. So another call, 8-9 here. Let's flop bet turn. Can he get another value bet in? No. Check. Roddy says there's a commentator out there. He goes, it could be a long game. It could be a short game. Like, so you know this guy.
Yeah, no. It's amazing. It's like doing commentary without doing commentary. Like, you're basically saying nothing. Like, it could be any length. But here I was curious because I feel like these guys, they're like somewhat big name of like a high roller and online poker. So I feel like they should be very well calculated. And a lot of the time, they should play a pretty long heads up here, I think, unless the deck obviously falls in a way where they're just going to have to go in. I don't think they're going to level each other too much and try to get out of line and stuff. But Thomas Muehloecker has no time bank left. He's on 0.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the chances are that he actually times out in one of his hands. It's probably going to be pretty careful, obviously. But if you can't make a decision, I guess it means that you you wait a little too long. I guess it means you time out. You're never not gonna be able to make a decision and then click last second call or something.
Yeah. So basically, if you do time out, it'll be the weakest action. So it could be a check if it's a decision to bet or check, and if it's a bet in front of you, you would fold. So here so if this runs out, yeah, he'd be dead. Here goes gonna go for a check raise.
And Jepsen doesn't have much of anything. He's going to let it go. Yeah, the stacks not too far apart. Easy open here with the King 9 suited. Both of these guys should be like really well experienced in heads up, right? Because personally, like I almost never made it to heads up. So when I found that it did in like the 1 or 2 tournaments that I ever did in, I had 0 experience. I was like, why is my opponent opening every hand? I just didn't understand what was happening. But these guys, they've played so much that they should know exactly how to play from here, right?
Yeah, for sure. Pocket 5s, gonna go for a little C bet. I mean, my pick right now, he's got a little bit of an edge. 8 million chips.
How comfortable are you in heads up?
I've played a fair amount, so I would say I'm not a newbie at it. Like some guys, a lot of tournament guys, Like you've barely played heads up yourself because you need to get to the end of a tournament in order to play heads up. They're used to playing 9-handed, 7-handed, 8-handed. So I come from a cash background, so I would have experienced heads up way more often. These guys, they actually only play heads up when they get to the end of the tournament because of tournament players. But since they're so good, they've seen a lot of heads up hands still.
Well, they also probably studied a whole bunch, and yeah. The blinds will go up in 6 hands. We're at 140K right now. Thomas Muehloecker with third pair. Jepson, does he want to stab here on the river? He will. For pretty big sizing.
Yeah, it's a huge sizing. Muehloecker, no time. Going to fold. Wow. It shows the 4. Sneaky,
Wow.
this guy. This time bank is killing him, right, Todd? Like, he might have took more time there and make that call.
Maybe that's factors in the decisions of Jepson is to apply max pressure because he knows there is not so much time for Thomas Muehloecker to think about some of those bigger decisions. He's gonna fire with the gutter ball and gets it through. Have you played spin and golds? I played this quite a bit actually to get better at like very short-handed and also heads up because then it's 3 players,
That's the 3-player one, right? Where like you spin a little jackpot. Yeah, I've played some of those things in my past. Yeah, those are actually pretty good to play because the stack sizes are very similar to the final table. Like you're always playing 20 big blinds, 15 big blinds. So it's actually stuff you want to practice on, and they're quick, they're fun, of course. But it helps you with heads up and 3-handed that you will definitely find yourself in a situation if you're a tournament player. Boom.
Well, if Thomas Muehloecker was worried about that ace, he's definitely not anymore on the river, but I don't think it matters too much because Christian Jepson seems to be done with the hands. Unless
he wants to represent quad deuces. Wow, he calls it queen high. Sick. Okay, we've got a battle. Back to even in chips roughly, almost. Little million chip difference. Hello. He gave him the hello. I was like, hello, I called you a queen high, in case you didn't see. Muehloecker doesn't even have time to use emojis.
and to think as fast as he can as to not time out.
Yeah.
His timer is red as well with those 5 seconds. It's like, it looks so worrying right now. Like Mission Impossible, end of the movie, like.
10-7 suited. All right. So we got a little gut shot with no backdoor diamond versus mid pair.
Just for bets. Do you want to continue here as Jepson, or do you just let this one go? Wait, check raises. Okay, well, he wants to do his own thing, I think.
It's not going to work. King 8's going to call here, especially with a backdoor heart. Enough firepower to continue. Trip 8's on the turn. Muehloecker obviously loving it because just in case he was up against like a king jack type hand, well, he's got nothing to be worried about.
And Jepson knows that's probably not a good card for him. He's going to shut down. Which usually means a fold to a bet now. Yeah, there it is. Pretty quick. And the pay jump, by the way, like second place will get $227,000. First place, $291,000. So a pretty hefty pay jump here once again. And of course, the title, Nanonoko. Do you think that comes into play, or is it just about the money for this guy?
For most high stakes guys, it's just about the money. Let's see. All right, so a little gut shot. What do you want to say?
Rotty cares so much about titles. Like the one time I played him in a tournament, he just kept saying, "I just want a title. I want to win something. I want to be a champion."
Yeah, no, Roddy's in for the passion. Probably in for the right reasons, but I like it. Deuce high. Sorry, not deuce high. 5 high. Damn, quarter pot. Good enough. He's running away with it. Oh, we've got a 5-minute break until the conclusion of this heads up match. Good stuff so far. We'll see you guys soon.
Hi, I'm the new Daniel Negreanu, and I'm the old Daniel Negreanu. We both represent online poker sites, we both love Hold'em. I mean, we're basically the same person. Absolutely, man. I used to love watching you play, the way you would read people, call out their hands, and then, of course, call anyway. Oh, stop. I'm blushing. But old Daniel, man, I gotta ask, man, what's up with this look you got going on here? You tired or something? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired of all these freaking beats I've been taking. It's freaking ridiculous. Look at this motherfucking hand. This motherfucker's calling the freaking turn with this piece of hand. Freaking absurd. Whatever. I don't even know why I'm so upset. I mean, bad beats, they're just part of the game, right? I mean, they don't really have to be. You see that? I took a bad beat, then GG Care took care of some of my losses. Hashtag, thanks GG. You think maybe I could borrow that laptop and play a little while? No, definitely not. Just say GG to that site you're playing on over there. You just think you're so clever. Nope, just a good read. GG, poker star.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fade or hold stings. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best. Welcome back. Heads up. Jepsen versus Muehloecker. You excited? I think we're going to finish this hour for sure, Todd.
Of course, I'm excited. No Limit Gaming, let's go. Sorry for your pick.
God damn, kick this guy out. All right, I was starting to get quite fond of this guy, but now, but No Limit Gaming. Muehloecker is a part of that for the poker division. Jepsen was the chip leader coming into his final table. They've been battling already, and Muehloecker is the guy with more chips, but he's the guy with less time bank. Absolutely nothing.
Slightly more chips. Jepsen was to win this spot here. Be closing the gap and is firing with 9 high. Oh no, he has a 5. Okay, so he's got a pair of 5s. I mean, pretty. Do you think that's? Oh my god! What?
All right, so they've been
Muehloecker
checking though. Yeah, they've been checking to the river. It's such a random raise, isn't it? Is it gonna work? It's like you didn't bet the flop, you didn't bet the turn. I think there was no bets at least.
Is that one of those hands where you just want to randomize? It's like 50-50 on the call. You can't decide, so you just randomize something. You flip a coin.
Potentially, yeah. But it doesn't look like he's thinking rather than he's busting out a coin from his wallet or something. But nah, he's really thinking about it because it's odd. This line makes no sense. It also makes no sense as a bluff. Yeah, but great call. I don't know what Muehloecker was doing there. I almost think that was kind of a I'm running out of time move.
I didn't think they were going to level each other so much like this. But I guess once in a while in certain hands, I mean, you have to try and bluff. If it's the one way you can win, right? You have to find the spots and ideally have the opponent fold when you're bluffing and call when you actually have it. But this time, Muehloecker, that didn't work out too well. Opens the queen next hand. Actually gets 3 bets.
My king is offsuit. Right? Yeah, they go bigger in these heads, but still, like queen's loving it. 4 bets it. Yeah. These guys are battling hard right now. This is not one of those, let's feel it out, see how it goes. This is a let's go guns blazing, let's end it now.
Did you just get like almost everything back that he lost the previous hand?
Exactly.
Jepsen flops a gut shot, Thomas Muehloecker with middle pair. They both got a little piece of that flop. Muehloecker's gonna check raise the flop.
All right, well, this is going to call the gut shot to the nuts and the overcard. Potentially can take it away from your opponent if this right card falls off on the turns and reverse. I don't really see him doing anything but calling. It's a double gutter now. 7 or 3 to make a straight. Muehloecker actually picks up a little double gutter himself, right? But the thing is, if he makes the 7 straight, like that's bad.
Yeah. He doesn't know that, so he fires. Slightly less than 3rd pots.
Yeah, good sizing for Jepsen to call again. Bricks out. This is a key pot, Todd. Muehloecker's check raise mid pair got called on flop and turn. He might not think his hand is good.
And he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to think about it.
No time check.
Oh my god.
He knows he needs to bluff this pot because he's just sitting on 9 high and a 3.5 million in the middle. He's going to throw some chips out there, I imagine. He can't just check this back. How much? How much would get Muehloecker to fold? Key hand in the tournament for sure. Half pot.
Oh my god. Turbo has some overlay. Get in there.
He's got no time bank, Todd. He's got 5 seconds. 4.
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1, and he folds.
Wow.
Wow.
Just timed out on it too.
Yeah.
Jepsen's gonna scoop this very important pot here. Now above 7 million.
Time bank. It's just killer right now.
That was a crazy hand here.
It was super crazy. I love the bluff. When you check raise there and you bet turn and get called, like it's hard for your opponent to be bluffing there too. So the problem check raising sometimes is that you kind of make the hand. Sometimes you make it easier, but sometimes you make it harder to play. Mid pair. 10-9 is good. They trip tens, a disaster. Every time Muehloecker loses a pot, he gets it back from Jepsen the next hand. Wow, that's
he
a tiny
fires
bet.
himself.
Will Jepsen raise and lose more, or will he just pay off the 300k and lose the minimum? Because he can easily lose 700 plus, right? But
Yeah.
Muehloecker goes tiny.
He has trips. That's what he's thinking. Yeah, I mean, with trips, he's not gonna just call. He re-raises pretty big, and Muehloecker will be happy to call and scoop. This time he gets it all back.
He gets more. Oh no, not more. But yeah, maybe he got more. I don't know. But he's sitting on 7.5 million. This is a slugfest. I'm loving it.
Do you think it's standards to like between two well-established pros like this to try to level each other this much, or have you seen a lot of heads up which are more like straightforward, where nobody's getting out of line for a long time?
It's really all over the place. But I like to watch these ones more where they're just getting leveling each other, right? Because sometimes, yeah, it is that kind of grindy, straightforward stuff. A move occasionally, but just really depends on a set of players and maybe what happened throughout the final table before and how their mood's going, you know. But this one's set up perfectly for us to watch as viewers. Ace deuce open, 10-7 probably going to defend. No, 3-betting. Wow. Garbage.
Jepsen's being so aggressive. I mean, they both are, but Jepsen maybe a little more so as well.
Yeah, I think Muehloecker's more happy to see flops because he likes his post-flop play a bit more. Jepsen happy to play this pre-flop heavy aggression that's you know, quite annoying to play against. Like, how can you call 1.2 million with just something? Check. Little C Betty. Little takedown, I imagine. Oh, but Muehloecker just comes out, raises occasionally.
It would be ill-advised with his hands. Do you think a lot of these duels, they are decided on those key hands where they're leveling each other, or are setups also a big part of it? Because obviously a setup you can't get away from, right?
Setup is definitely very important, of course, but like the ones we've been doing lately, me and Roddy, there's always been like a key hand where someone makes a big fold or a big bluff and gets through, and it ends up determining what happens in this heads-up match. Here we got check raise, trip fives. Muehloecker's got a gut shot to a straight on a paired board and a flush draw board. Goes for it, misses completely. Jepsen probably puts his opponent maybe on a 7. So he might just still keep firing here. Gonna get called. He knows there's a lot of pot to play for.
Already 2 million in the pot. Jepsen's gonna bet over 1 million. But that's where established players, they don't punt, you know, they just let it go. They know they have to. That's where I'd be tempted, you know, like
yeah.
You got your gutter ball, and then you go for it. You close your eyes, you pray that you're good, that you have some full equity, but then you just bust.
We're playing for about 64,000, quite a bit in this heads-up match that's remaining. Min bet, Muehloecker, no time, holds.
Yeah, Jepsen's starting to have a very decent cheap lead now.
Yeah, you're right. 2-1. And another 3-bet with the 10x rag offsuit. I like in this play, you know, like, because your hand doesn't need to be that good. Because if your opponent's kind of playing a 4-bet or jam or fold situation, like, it doesn't matter if you're 3-betting 10-6 offsuit or like ace king. I'm not sorry, not the ace king, but like ace two. Like, I'm just saying, your hand doesn't matter what you're 3-betting if they're not going to call your 3-bets. Is what I'm saying.
I can't believe he has 0 time bank left. Like, actually, Jepsen ran his down quite a bit too. He has 336. But obviously, that's far better than having 0 and having to make big decisions, potentially, you know, very often.
This looks like it's the first limp of the heads up. Immediately attacked. Muehloecker's got king 8. He's probably like, all right, the first limp and you're really raising me? Like, I'm going to defend this. Absolutely nothing. Just king of heart backdoor. Jepsen is the pre-flop raiser. We'll fire a little bit because he did put the action on. Might as well continue. King
Is this
8.
ever a call?
It is apparently, and did he bink the 8, Todd? Are you
Wow.
kidding me? Limp calls pre-flop, calls the flop, and outdraws King 10 of all hands.
Jepsen checks it. Muehloecker is 8. He's pretty well disguised.
Super disguise. Jepsen, just King 10. There's nothing he can really do. Right?
Yeah, just gonna let it go. They're trading back and forth, back over 5 million for Muehloecker. Slightly less. Actually, he had, I think, 8 million at the start of his hands. Jepsen's gonna take it down with the raise on the button. They haven't had big hands yet in terms of big pairs and stuff, right?
No big hands, but big pots with some garbage hands from both guys.
Where are the coolers, man? When I'm playing, it's every 2 seconds. And then I watch these guys.
Pocket 6s. I think he can just rip this in. He's playing 33 big blinds, but like the hand is quite vulnerable. Yeah, he is going to just ship it in. Ace queen.
Wasn't that for lots? The all-in adjustment for?
Yeah, it's for like 33 big blinds. But like in heads up, like any pair, you probably could shove any pair profitably. As long as if your opponent's raising like every button, you're raising so much garbage, Jack 6 off, so, you know, King 8, like none of them can call. So it's definitely profitable to just jam it in. And when you're playing heads up, there's no ICM anymore. Because the last pay jump is just beating your opponent. So it's okay for you to risk all your chips.
And there's nobody else like behind that you have to worry about.
Exactly.
It trips for Jepsen. Fires almost 400,000 into 680. And Muehloecker, what is he thinking about here? Everything?
Well, he's like, well, I've got time bank. I might as well just use my free 5 seconds while I can.
Yeah.
Blinds are big, man. 200K, perfect blind level for us.
Oh, yes! I was going to say. Woo! It's not as good as 100K, but we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it for sure. They're playing fast. Pocket 9s versus the Queen 9. Bad flop for Pocket 9s.
Not going to see bet.
Does Queen 9 want to stab here? A little gut shot. Got an overcard to the middle card. He is going to fire. 9's here. Sucks. 2 overcards, man. And you block some of the draws, like 8, 9, 7, 8 that you want to try to pick off. Spade. Gonna fold the best hand.
Wait, did he timeouts?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you think?
Yeah. But like, not timeout in an accidental way. It's just timeout. I couldn't make a good decision by then.
Yeah, but that's also pretty bad.
Yeah. Flopped it. Oh, he flopped the flush, but his opponent flopped the straight with the jack of clubs, Todd.
Wow.
This is all in territory. If he goes for a check raise.
Yeah, whether he should call or raise. He's going to raise because it's a low flush.
This is all in for sure. Jepsen going to need to hit a club if he wants to knock out Muehloecker. He could hit a royal flush. If we drop an ace of club out, he just calls, okay. I think they get in on a turn for sure. I think it's going to go bet. It's going to go jam, call. And Muehloecker in great shape to get a full double up.
How much to bets? Half? Ooh, okay. I can't think Jepsen would fold here, obviously.
No, he's not looking to fold. He's just wondering, is it better to call or jam all in now? I think jam all in now makes a lot of sense. His opponent. Okay. Oh my God, he's got a straight flush. A straight flush, Todd. That is rare.
Looks rare. Find a rare check fold here after all that transpired.
No time. No time check. Obviously, jam's coming. Will Muehloecker call a shove with the 8 of clubs? It's possible. He's got no time bank. We'll think. He's literally got 10 seconds once the action is put on him.
It would be a good time for him to time out, I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you that. Yeah, I agree. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he folds. He times out.
Yeah, he lets it timed out, I think.
He's timed out.
That's so sick. Like, that's the hand that where for sure you want to take 2 minutes to think here.
Mm-hmm. But in his favor, it did work out for him.
Yeah. Now very big chip lead for Jepsen. Going for the ace-deuce suited all in against 11 big blinds of Muehloecker.
Roddy must be steaming right now. He thought he's going to watch this replay when he's like, oh my God, how's Muehloecker down to 2 million in chips? Jepsen chip lead. Muehloecker going to ship this in. 10 more big blinds on top of the 1. His time bank has really destroyed him. I'll tell you that. He's actually going to raise.
Was he taking unusually long, or do you think he just had too many hands that were like complicated where he had to take?
He's just a naturally slow player from all of his hands he's played, and he was a big stack, so he was involved in more hands to burn it.
Well, Il was involved in literally every single hand, and he still had like a whole 9 minutes.
All right, King 9, all in. Needs to hit a king or 9, or he's out. That's a bad flop for Muehloecker. 2 diamonds, and it's over. Nut flush for Jepsen. We've crowned a champion. Muehloecker, 227,000. Christian Jepsen, $291,188.64. Wow. I picked a winner, Todd. I picked a winner. Roddy picked the second place runner-up. You picked someone who folded every single hand.
He didn't get anything. Yeah, that last heads up might as well have been you against Frode. But yeah, that was really cool to see that. And yeah, congrats to Christian Jepsen, the Swedish player, the Swedish champ here, for winning almost 300k. I'm sure he will be thrilled with that. We had, I think, 43 bettors on him. They're also going to be pretty thrilled.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, like they didn't have as many people betting, but there was a lot of money per average bet. It was like 13k minimum, whereas the other guys had maybe had a couple of $1,000s. But yes, they asked me, they said, who do you think is going to win? And I think they usually tweeted out my suggestion. I said Christian Jepsen. So if people followed my advice and did the final table betting in the GG client, they'd be making it rain with the money they just collected on this bet. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. I also picked them to win for our little side bet. But let's talk about this final table and what transpired. We had a lot of satellite winners, and every single one of them played quite crazy. Walk us through, Todd, on some of these guys.
Yeah, I think Lil is really the highlights. From Russia, he just played super aggressive. Like literally the first hands of this final table was him going all in with pocket tens, doubling up. He had 10 big blinds to start. At some point, he managed to be chip leader. It was just all over the action. Chitiri also was really cool to follow, a really unconventional lines he was taking. Little Pepe got in the heat of the action, a little out of line sometimes. It was just so cool to follow those guys that, you know, I'm not super familiar with compared to some of the real names that we had at the table. And in the end, it was just the initial chip leader and the initial seconds that finish in those respective places. That's also pretty cool, I guess, when that happens.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, we do agree. The Russian Leo was the highlight in the sense that he satellited in for $100, turned into a 1K satellite, into the 10K, into this event. Doesn't normally play the Super Millions, and you expect a $100 guy to play tight, get those pay jumps. He was going nuts. He was 3-betting Queen 4 offsuit, like with 20 big blinds. He was raising 10 deuce offsuit, representing Doyle Brunson in middle position. He was opening 7-6 offsuit. He was 3-betting big blind versus under the gun with bluffs. He was doing everything crazy. Ended up falling in third, which is still a great score from like 177,000. It was really fun to watch. But in the end, it was the top 2 guys, Muehloecker and Jepsen. They went to duke it out in heads up. And this heads up match was a big one. They didn't really get coolers. They were just kind of like firing some garbage hands over and over again, making bluff raises, getting called. In the end, Jepsen took it down as the chip leader. Scores me 3 points. I'm pretty happy about that. It's been phenomenal. 2 shows of you, Todd. they both been like super epic in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could take credit, but it's all these guys and how well they're playing and how well prepared they're showing up for these tournaments as well. This little guy, I hope to see more of him. Honestly, I became a big fan today. Obviously, it was cool to follow everybody. My man Daniel Dvoress, hang in there. I know you'll be back at one of those final tables soon enough, and hopefully next time I don't jinx you by picking you, my dude.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's been great having you, Todd. Yes, you did come in a replacement for... You're our replacement whenever Roddy can't show up. So it's good to see you. You'll probably be back sometime in the future. I know you love some poker, so it's good to... hope you had a lot of fun watching this. But that's the end of our stream, guys. Next week, we should have Roddy back. Same time, same place. It's the Super Millions. Follow us, hit the subscribe button, and of course, Omaha Week is showing up November 14th up to the 28th for 2 weeks. All the different Omaha buy-ins that you love to play. Roddy's going to be playing some 5-card, I'm sure. Other than that, we'll see you guys next week. And Todd, if you love Todd, check out his stream on Twitch. I think he streams Warcraft 3. Don't take my word for it, but he also got Twitter out there. Yoan Merlo. Well, nice to see you, man, and we'll see you guys next week. Bye now. Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fade or hold stings. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.